Welcome to Strongest Style, a pro wrestling podcast. No, your ears do not deceive you. I am back from the briefest hiatus.
You're back.
I'm back, baby.
Oh my god.
Space Ghosts, coast to coast.
I am your completely illiterate host, Logan Hurston, and I'm joined by my co-host, the gimmick killer, Cooper Prater.
It is with great shame and regret that I must admit that I did get my jeans blasted.
Speaking of getting your jeans blasted, he is a giant, and he is also the new second-time Strongest Style champion, Mr. Jack Dudley.
That's right. And I have something to say. From now on, as your Strongest Style heavyweight champion, we will only be defending this title in New Japan predictions and creating
That's some bullshit.
I'm creating a second Strongest Style global heavyweight championship to be defended over in the States in those shitty AEW predictions.
Hashtag
That's how we're going forward into the new year.
Hashtag all the tours. As the oldest part of what was WBGL and now is Strongest Style, as we have not unified those titles or the lineage, I am denouncing that. That's not happening. As the one true authority and the only man to actually not hold the title, I don't want the global title. Unless Andrade holds it.
We can't kayfabe our booking decisions through Jack, like Bushiroad has done through Yoda, I'm afraid.
Jack never loses a title. He goes on the Okada run.
We're going V15.
Well, welcome back. If you haven't figured it out yet, Wrestle Kingdom was the last big show to happen in between our recording spouts. We all watched it together. By God, we did. One of the few times we've linked up since the show started, and it was great. And every time,
so much fun.
This is the first time that I haven't bummed out of wrestling plans in a long time. Have my face explode or something like that when we were all supposed to get together. But yeah, it was fun.
You did make a DPW, so
that is true. But Jack wasn't there.
That is true.
That's the first time.
That wasn't an altogether thing.
We all
was busy doing wedding stuff.
Yeah, he was been getting married, guys. Don't worry.
This moment at Wrestle Kingdom this year is like closer than it should be second to me getting engaged for 2025. It's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing. That's all I have to say.
Well, lucky for you, Jack. It was 2026 when Wrestle Kingdom happened. So we'll get to see how it compares to your actual wedding, if your wedding can top Tana retiring.
We'll have to wait. I didn't think about that. We'll have to wait and see.
But yes, because of that is also the end of 2025, Jack kind of already mentioned. We've delayed it a couple weeks because of unforeseen circumstances, but it is time for this episode. We will have our Best of the Year awards. But before we get into all of that, I think we briefly want to touch on the rest of the wrestling world and, I guess AEW, that little indie in America that we all watch. Compared to the great Cerulean Blue,
Look. The tides they turn all the time, and it's just nature, really. We'll ride this one out, but don't you worry, we'll be on top again sooner than you might think.
Fuck that. Boston crab.
Well, I'll say this,
brother. All right. Well,
you can have your V4s. You can have all the tours you want, but let me tell you who you'll never have, and that's Jake Doyle, brother. Yeah, Mr. Jake.
That's goddamn right.
No, that's
goddamn
true.
right.
That was a big win. Big win. I can't lie. That was fun to see on Twitter in a 3-minute video.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
We got real fucking wrestlers over on this side. We got modern day fucking Steve Williams over here.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, but no. In all seriousness, we are in over in Dub FC over here. A period that is well known to AEW fans, which is Jaguar season. Unfortunately,
That's funny.
around this time of year, the greatest promoter and booker of all time, one Anthony Khan, decides for some fucking reason to go in and do his other job, which is, I don't know, run numbers for some fucking football team. And as a result, the booking on our beloved AEW gets a little, not bad. I'm not gonna say it's bad, but it gets a little treading water is what I'll say.
Well, I got good news for you, Cooper.
Oh, go ahead, Logan.
The Jacksonville Jaguars lost on Saturday, so Jaguar season is officially over. So
Let's go, we're back. We've never been more back.
We're back next week.
Unless he starts crunching numbers on the NFL draft early, we won't really have to worry about those Jacksonville Jags for the foreseeable future.
Shad, Mr. Khan, please, I'm begging you, give this job to somebody who is not your son. Please. I didn't need it. But, no, the fairings from Dynamite and Collision this week were kind of whatever. There's a couple big points to hit. Most notably, I think the signing of one Mr. Something or FKA something, Mr. Doyle, and aside from that, which I think is just like an interesting sort of point in with the presumable dissolution of DPW, how those talent that made that place their kind of home are going to scatter in the aftermath of that. Jake Something was signed to TNA for quite a while. I want to say he might have been signed to TNA in like 2020 or something, like fairly soon when AEW was getting run up, and was advertised too for their big their debut on AMC with this new TV deal that they got. Him and Killer Kelly, who also announced, I believe, that she would not be staying with TNA for very much longer. And I just think that's really interesting. That with this new chapter in his career, that he's decided to make a home in AEW, and I caution against usually the sort of immediate signing of a lot of free agents. I'll say that though. Really, mostly what I mean by that is just I caution against the signing of a lot of WWE mid-carders who are kind of just a guy that for whatever reason Tony might think he can make TNT champ or something. But it does seem as though we have pretty much fully moved away from that strategy, which I think is all for the better, and have moved towards, I think, the much more fruitful strategy of taking up really promising, really hot independent names who even if they don't see themselves being like AEW's greatest soldier or whatever, like that's not what I need from anybody, and it's not what I need from Jake Something. But while they are signed, I think they will be of more value to this company than somebody who's just waiting for Hunter to give them a call again, stuff like that. So, but yeah, the only other kind of notes that I would want to make for AEW this week, and then we can move on to the rest of the show, is on Dynamite, we had a bunch of matches that were pretty good. Jon Moxley versus Shelton Benjamin, I really liked pretty much right up until the finish. I think that Shelton Benjamin is one of the greatest, most underrated wrestlers of all time, and I would not have minded if he had won that Eliminator match, but I get maybe they just don't have plans for that. And in terms of segments on Dynamite, we had a shockingly, I think, pretty decent MJF promo with Bandito. Obviously they have their big title match coming up for Maximum Carnage, next week's edition of Dynamite. And, I, as somebody who has been pretty vocal in my distaste for a second MJF title reign at this moment, and has, pushed back, with this current incarnation of the MJF character, which I think is maybe more just like a redo of the other incarnations of the MJF character. I think that this showed a little bit of promise, because he got his ass pretty thoroughly handed to him, I would say, by Bandito in this segment. The whole thing is him. He brings out John Cruz, who has been his translator, his little buddy when he's gone down to CMLL, notably for that big Mystico feud that he had last year, and MJF's doing pretty much his usual promo shtick. He doesn't really do anything particularly, like offensive or like noteworthy in the way that he might try to do normally, and that I was worried that he might try to do. And John Cruz is translating in Spanish everything that MJF is saying, and at one point, he's going, and Bandito grabs the microphone and he just says, "I speak English, you stupid piece of shit." and the crowd just erupted, and it was a fantastic little moment for Bandito to really be this big hero against MJF. I think it's a great role for Bandito to play here. It's a real shame that he's not. in no universe is he winning next week, but whatever. And unfortunately, I can't quite do a Collision Minute this week, although I will do, I don't know, a Collision 30 seconds. But the re-debut, I guess in-ring debut, because I don't think he's actually had an official match yet, of El Clone happened not this week, but last week against Angelico. And that match was fine or whatever. But then this week, he had another match against Commander that I really, really liked. I don't think it's quite like Match of the Year, material or whatever. That's just because like Arez as El Clone is, I think, still kind of getting the gist of what he's doing right now and what this new character is for him. The crowd really loves him though. And that's not really surprising at all if anybody's seen Arez's stuff in Mexico or on the independents. He's very easy to get behind pretty quickly just with his in-ring stuff. He does some wild shit. The big move that's always like in these two matches that he's had as El Clone so far, the one that's like really stood out to me is like, oh, that looks incredible, I could watch that over and over, is he does this like step up moonsault that he literally just like, it's like he just is going to take a step to like just walk forward on the middle rope, and he just launches himself up. It's a beautiful thing to look at. And and he's got holograms portal bomb as his finisher. It's it's goofy and silly in the same exact way that hologram is, but I really love those hologram matches too. And a match from Collision that I think you really, really should watch, and I think is for sure match of the year candidate for me. So already in the short amount of time that we've had this year, is Mark Briscoe versus Hechicero. This TNT title defense, it was fantastic. Hechicero came across like more of a killer and more of a legit threat in this match than he has maybe since like the Danielson match from like 2024 or something. But definitely go out of your way to watch that. If you like Hechicero, if you like Mark Briscoe, I think you owe it to yourself. And so that's your AEW roundup. Oh, and apparently they signed somebody just the other day, some independent women's wrestler. I forget her name all of a sudden. Who apparently, I don't know, is like a big Charlie Kirk fan or something. So I don't know. No. I don't know how that's gonna work out.
Oh.
Well, I got two things to say before we end this AEW Collision Minute. Cooper, did you watch all Collision? I didn't remember you said you watched all of it or not.
I watched all of Collision. What do you think? What do you think? I'm some amateur? You think?
No. I know you aren't. What did you think of the Blackpool Combat Club match? Specifically, have you seen the Wheeler Yuta spot, brother?
Oh my God! Of course, I've seen the Wheeler Yuta.
Can I describe this for the people, if you wouldn't mind?
Please do. Yeah.
So
I saw this too. This was something special.
The Blackpool Combat Club. I think it was Wheeler Yuta Pac. Was just them two, or was it a 6-man? I don't remember. I think it was a 6-man.
I think it was them and Danny. Yeah.
Yep. We're wrestling Top Flight, and they're doing a spot which you've seen many a times. Have you seen a lot of these multi-mans nowadays, especially with these high-flying wrestlers who are capable of doing that, where they, the team runs the ropes in opposite directions. One jumps on one person, one jumps on the other. Well, I don't know what happened to Mr. Dante Martin, but he just forgot. I don't know if he forgot they were doing the spot, if he got his head rocked or something, but they just keep running the ropes for like 20 or 30 seconds. Finally, Yuta the whole time.
Wheeler Yuta.
Yeah, checking to see where Dante is. Which, honestly, kind of genius, Dante saw all the people getting hit by this, and he's like, I'm not going to get hit by it. Finally, Wheeler just gets mad enough. He runs up to the top rope, like, breaks the chain instead of just suicide dive over the top, runs to the top, flips over, lands on nothing, and then runs over to Dante Martin and just starts attacking.
Yeah. Wheeler, like, Fosbury flops onto his feet and then runs towards Dante Martin to beat him up on the outside. It was look, man, Top Flight, I don't know. I don't know about it. They've been in this company for a long, long time.
That's Skyflight to you, brother.
God, don't remind me. Fucking Skyflight.
Zeta Steel is in Skyflight now.
Also, don't remind me. If I have to see a fucking SCU lore weekly on this program, I might call it quits, brother. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Hey, Frankie Kazarian's the TNA World Champion. That's the number 2 promotion in the world to some people. They have no talent over there.
I've heard
they're losing them every second.
We didn't even mention they lost all of the Rascalz, every single one of them. You couldn't keep one. They had a match scheduled for this debut in 2 days. Like, what is it, Myron Reed? Is that right? Yeah, Myron versus Leon Slater. Myron Reed versus Slater, and Slater left, and they had to cancel the match. No, Myron left. Myron. Yeah, because Myron's part of the Rascalz, and he is also married to Killer Kelly, so I'm pretty sure they walked out together. Slater could also be gone, but I think
he will be gone imminently.
Yeah, he will be gone. He may still be under contract, but he will be gone. And it was funny. I wonder if they were going to just put the title onto Myron since Slater was leaving, and then Myron's like, I'm not staying around.
Oh man.
But that's kind of it for our AEW minute. Before we get into Wrestle Kingdom, I do want to mention Happy New Year's. I spent my New Year's in Nashville.
Yeah.
Where I tried the AEW, I think it was Burger Bacon Brawl.
Oh, yes, the White Castle.
Yes, the White Castle. I also, as I always do in any place that has wrestling-related stuff, I look for it if I think there's a chance. And I went to a oddity store called, I think, like Starline or something like that. Pretty cool store. Nice retro vibe. And they had a bunch of old wrestling mags. I have one in front of me that I just want to read the title out loud because I know Cooper Prater would love this. And it's actually a lovely wrestling magazine. This is the sports review of wrestling for winter 1995. The Back to School special, or I should say, the Backlund to School special. On the cover is Mr. Bob Backlund in his suit and bow tie, and the background of the book is like those manila notebooks you used to get, and it says Mr. Backlund study guide plus these subjects: music with Hulk Hogan, psychology with Psycho Sid, physics with Yokozuna,
Oh my god.
catering with King Mabel, and more. And then here's some articles.
Oh.
Bret Hart, nowhere to go but down. Big Van Vader, does he know how to be good? And 4 full color classic action pinups. Let me tell you, one of these pinups is Flair getting beaten by, I forget his name, but he's like bloody. There's a dog collar pinup. It's pretty cool. I found out Kevin Smith stole everything from this magazine because King Mabel's article is King Mabel's Royal Effect, #FatManForever. And for the Hogan music one, it says Hulk Hogan's not breaking records, he's making them. Where does WCW World Champion find his time in his busy schedule to make movies and record CDs? Well, his newest CD isn't exactly Grammy award-winning stuff. So, they're even.
That must have been the Traveling Boot Band.
Yep.
Era.
Exactly
CD.
was.
Yes. Man,
But yeah.
That fucking sucks. But the Bob Backlund, holy shit.
There is
Bob Backlund.
There is like a picture of Cactus Jack like balling in here, which is pretty cool. The whole thing is kind of a gem of like an era of history. And maybe later on when we have some low weeks, I might pull out the old wrestling mags and read them on, get some old articles, get some flashbacks. But I wanted to alert that because I had it sitting there and I'm like, I can't help but to eye this the whole time. But yeah, AEW, I believe this was the Backyard Bacon Brawl meal, something like that, or Burger Brawl, something with a B. Bacon Brawl meal. This sucked. Let me tell you, boys.
Oh
no!
Well, okay, let me start by saying this. I have, my impression of White Castle is Harold and Kumar go to White Castle, and I've also never seen the movie. I just know it's a place to get when you're really hungry and you're stoned, is my assumption. We have never had White Castles in Alabama that I have been familiar with. I don't know about you, Cooper or Jack, who live in the Auburn area.
White Castle is it's pretty much equivalent to Crystal down south.
It is.
They're like similar.
It's exactly Crystal, except they have holes in the burgers.
Yeah. It wasn't the worst.
Onion steam to get all that.
It was basically like, a bacon, cheese slider, burger slider. And he came with fries and a drink. The fries weren't the worst in the world. They weren't the best. The burger itself, the patty was almost non-existent. As the smallest patty I've ever seen in my life. I thought Crystal's were small. Crystal's also pretty bad. Both of these chains suck, from my opinion of them. But it wasn't. Now, I will say this: it wasn't.
Now, how many Crystals are you getting though? That's
the Burger Brawl. I think was like $7.99, and it came with 2 burgers and fries and a drink. I wasn't so bad that I didn't eat the second burger. And especially because they were very tiny. And it was not filling for a guy like me. I'm expecting the AEW meal, bro. I'm like, you gotta be feeding Powerhouse Hobbs over here. Like, what are we doing?
Right.
But, it wasn't the worst thing in the world. Like, I wasn't like, oh, this is so awful, I'm not going to finish it. But, like, if I was asked to get it again, no. I would say this.
Now,
go ahead.
Now, what all came on it?
Just
explain it.
It's literally
detail.
You have very soft buns and then you have a very thin patty that looks frozen, and cheese.
Well, I can tell you it is.
Yeah. Like,
They are frozen. They sell them in the freezer.
yeah, and then cheese and bacon, and like it is like a Hawaiian roll. Basically, is the equivalent of like the bread. Like it is like
Damn, no like onions or pickles or
nope,
anything.
nope, that's it.
Oh shit.
Yeah. There might have been a little sauce, but I couldn't taste any. I might have dipped. I don't remember if I dipped it in ketchup or not. I don't remember. But like it was like. It wasn't dry, which is, I'll give it a plus. The worst thing is a dry burger. You know what I'm saying? You want the little juice on your burger or a little sauce or something. But, like, there was more bread than burger, if you get what I'm saying. Like, I felt like I was eating bread with a little bit of meat hidden in there, you know? It was
Which is the crystal effect.
Yes. Which is fine. If you like that, you know, hey, shout out. But, like, you know, we come from the South. When we get a burger, brother, we getting that quarter pounder. We getting that patty melt. We getting that big boy burger. You know what I'm saying? That's stuff that David Lynch would eat. You know, like we're not eating the flimsy stuff. And like I'm fine. I'm just found out I'm just not a big sliders guy in general. But this was. I'll say this: we all come from Auburn. Do we all remember Bada Burger?
Dude, yes. I was about to shout out Smalls.
Smalls, yeah.
I think.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Bada left the student center like right before I came in.
No. You were there because it was when I was there. Unless you just never came to the student center.
Burger's.
It's closed now.
Yeah, I think I just didn't go to. Well, I wasn't on campus.
Oh, that's true.
I wasn't like living near campus my first semester. So.
Well, Bada Burger is better than that.
Bada Burger was fire.
But I
think. Listen. I am pretty sure, Logan, that the new small sliders place is the same. I'm pretty sure.
No.
It is. Have you not had it yet?
I have, and it's 20 times better than Bada Burger ever was.
No, dude, it tastes the exact same. They've got the same kind of seasoning.
Well,
on the
know
they're the same. They've got the.
Well, it's small sliders. I know small sliders isn't the same.
It's the exact same menu.
It is a similar menu. It's not the exact same place because small sliders is an Atlanta chain. It comes from Atlanta, so I can confirm that they're not the exact same. But anyway,
they could have ran it in Auburn without the name.
None of this is wrestling related. Back to the actual thing. It's all right, you know, if you like crystals and you were going to get this anyway. I'm pretty sure they just put the AEW name on a normal combo that they already have. Like, there's no, like, wrestling thing. Despite you would not know this is AEW unless you are an AEW nerd. You know, their cheese bites were all right, which I got separately because I just wanted cheese bites. Cause I'm like, well, this doesn't seem like a lot. I'll get some cheese bites. I will say this. This is another thing on the wrestling food pyramid of we never have anything that good, you know? Maybe the Mountain Dew Pitch Black match. Like, I would rather drink a Pitch Black, I think, than eating that burger again because it's at least like a unique flavor. Which
I like Pitch Black.
It's all right. We drank it for the podcast back in the day, brother. After the match.
Don't remember.
We haven't had
him and Noah Phillips drank it. I did not.
We had you one too. We bought Cooper one
of Pitch Black. No,
Alex did too.
Man, that's funny.
But yeah, it not great. But like, hey, if you like White Castle, just go ahead and get it anyway. It's not that more expensive, you know. Show your love to AEW. #DubFC, you know. But would I be going back? Absolutely not. But it's not the worst thing in the world. You know, it could be awful. It's not awful. It's just meh. And when we do get in later to our top fives of the year, I did go and grab. I have PWI's Women's 250 and the Men's 500 in my hands. I found it at my local Barnes & Noble. So I will compare their crappy list to our real list. So,
oh shit! Wow.
At the end, their top five versus our top five. Anyway, without further ado, we've stalled long enough. We're flying to Japan, baby. Woo! The Lion Mark runs deep. Jack.
Oh man,
this is your baby. You are leading the way in this segment.
Okay, this. Oh man, I'm feeling it. Really, this was okay. Last week, a little bit more than a week, last episode, I got on here with Cooper, and I said, well, I mean, we said our piece. We said they could get this right, or we could be looking at, a much longer period of this sort of stagnation for New Japan. I am happy to report that they nailed it on all fucking fronts except for maybe the junior heavyweight thing, but who cares? Despy Hogan is going to do what he does. Really, we accomplished so much at Wrestle Kingdom, and I was able to do it with these two sitting beside me, watching me go ape shit for that semi-main, watching me with this resigned, beautiful, everything is right in the world smile on my face for the entire the real main event. And so many we got Jake Lee back. I've been wanting him back for how long?
You went apeshit for the semi-main. You went bananas for Jake Lee.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, shit. I've been wondering where he's at for the last year and a half, almost since I started on this show. It was like Jake came, he conquered for a month, and then he left for a year and a half, and everyone's been wondering, where's Jake Lee? He returned to his home planet, I guess. But now he's back. He said, in proper dramatic as fuck Lee fashion, he said in his post-match promo, my vacation from hell is now over. I love his artsy school ass. I love New Japan Pro Wrestling. I am so happy that we nailed it with all of Wrestle Kingdom and all of Dash. And all I can say is what y'all have already said. We are fucking back. The king of sports is the king of wrestling once again. Everyone's talking about it. Every other promotion on the planet is dog shit right now, so we don't even have any competition. The vibes are so good. New Beginning is looking great. And now, I guess, after that, we can go back and go match by match and talk all about it, because I am so happy. I am so satisfied. I feel like I have backed the right horse for once in my life, once in my time on this show. Yeah, it's good. It's good in Nuge Football Club over here.
Jack, what was Jake Lee's Tron? I'm gonna groan. Bring me my throne. What was it? I'm gonna drown.
Leave me alone. Bring me my throne.
That's so stupid. And then I
Jake.
filmed Jack's video. Maybe whenever we start the Strongest Style Twitter page, that might be the first post is Jack jumping up and down in celebration. But I swear when I saw that, I'm like, oh, it's gonna be stupid Carl Fredericks. And then Jake Lee, it was like the worst theme ever. And then Jake Lee comes out.
Guys,
it's not a very good theme.
It's not a very good theme. It is the most Jake Lee theme I've ever heard in my life. The whole character is him going as far with the ridiculous theater kid shit as he possibly could, and I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of it so far.
For sure.
Do you want to start from the top on it?
Let's start from the top. Let's start from the top and go through, because this was... let's start from the top, go through, and then we can do a Dash recap. We probably don't have to go through every match of Dash, because then we got to go through, New Beginning card 2, and then, never talk about anything else ever again, because we're back. We're so back.
Exactly. This is a New Japan
No, really.
podcast.
There were two matches on the kickoff. The first one was that Young Lion showcase. It was, I think, Morishima and Matsumoto versus Yasuda and Shomakato, or maybe I've got it flipped, I don't know. We did not watch that, but maybe we should have, because
it did
the Young
turn
Lion
out,
Cup is coming back.
Yeah, it did turn out to be kind of consequential, too, also at New Year Dash, too.
Yeah. We can get onto that later. It's the real kickoff that we all sat down to watch that Logan arrived just in time for was... El Phantasmo versus Chris Brooks in that little friendly exhibition for the TV championship. I don't know shit about DDT, so y'all are going to have to enlighten me to some of the weirder bits in this match, but it was good fun. I saw Balian Aki, who I've only ever seen in renders on Twitter and weird clips from Choco Pro. So I saw him in the Tokyo Dome in front of 50,000 people for my first time seeing him, which did not feel quite like the right environment, I guess.
Well, yeah, we
Logan,
saw him in front of I don't know, like maybe 100 people in a gym in North Carolina. So, best good friend Aki.
Yeah, super friend of the show. I got a signed picture of him in my car still, and he is very nice. I actually really like him, and this match was act of terrorism to my eyes. I was very mad with the result. I can't believe we are continuing this ELP TV reign, and he would dare pin my beloved Chris Brooks. There's a lot. Brooks gets a lot of slander, but look, at the end of the day, we're better than ELP, bro. Like, come on now. Like, look.
No, that's for
and
sure.
I like ELP.
I was gonna say. I was gonna say, yeah, these are two guys, as far as I could tell, with a little bit of fun character, a little bit of charisma, and a bit of a generic high spots moveset. But like you said, I liked Brooks better than I liked ELP. He did that crazy rubber band spot, which made me laugh to start off.
Yeah, that spot in particular is like a big kind of like frequent thing in a lot of different DDT stuff. But like I think like Schadenfreude and which is his stable. And his matches in particular, I think he uses that quite a bit. Yeah, Brooks is like this interesting sort of cross section for me, where like when he really locks in and decides to sort of cut a lot of the bullshit. I think he's really good. But he loves bullshit so much, which is kind of the pattern with I don't think it's as much of a DDT problem actually as I think it is a 2000s or 2010s Brit Res problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he's just those guys. He's been KOD openweight champ like a couple times now. And neither of his reigns have been particularly what I think they could have lived up to. But I think he's just a lifer there at this point. I don't really see him going anywhere else or moving, making any more kind of like drastic career moves. He seems to really love DDT. So,
yeah. I mean, I thought he was going to jump over, brother, but I guess not, we can't have nice things. I thought he was going to win the TV title and bring justice back to the Cerulean Blue, but I guess life isn't fair, so.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, I feel like in the end, they really justified the weird undercard for all of these matches, except for this one. I think it was just, I guess just like a favor to ELP for being so loyal all these years, or maybe like we joked about, maybe Sanshiro Takagi has some weird blackmail on the higher-ups in New Japan right now, because this was a DDT-heavy show.
Well, I can tell you why.
Yeah, it was.
Brother,
why?
you're not...
What's that? Because of Big
Baby?
You're
going to have the Big Baby lose and not feature our other guys in your undercard, brother. Like, what are you talking about?
Yes, that's right. No, fair enough. Yeah, so not much else to say about this match. I mean, it was the kickoff, so what can you expect? The real card kicked off with the Never Six-Man Gauntlet and a whole-ass performance from all of the Rampage Kaisei Takeshi's boy band who played Shota and Yuya out, and Shota and Yuya looked like the most, like, basic-ass happy-to-be-there guys of all time. I was not happy. I mean, look, I mean, I couldn't be more happy that they anointed big fucking Gene Blaster over here finally. But his compatriots Shota and Yuya could not have possibly looked like big geeks in their opener match. And even going on into Dash that we'll talk about later. It's like we're back to square one with Shota at least. And the opposite is happening now, where we were hoping that latching onto Yuya would give him something like for fans to grasp onto, like a thing for him to be able to sort of reimagine himself finally. But it is, I think we can say now, for however good their tag team matches are, I think for fan support it is having the adverse effect, and Yuya is being actively dragged down with the vortex of mediocrity that is Shota Umino.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. That, he was, to be fair, like, Yuya, I think, was riding on a little bit thinner ice than people are maybe thinking that he was. You know, look, his matches have consistently been, you know, way better than Shota's and on the upper side of this kind of new generation of talent. But, like, Heatstorm was not it. Like, I don't know how else to say it, you know? Like,
Sure.
So, yeah, but he is salvageable in a way that I think it's evidently clear right now that Shota is maybe not. So.
No, that's fair. I'm going to say something I've been thinking about a lot in regards to the state of pro wrestling, and you could even say the state of, like, I guess, a lot of fucking media these days. Because Yuya, as great as his matches are, I think his character and people latching onto him is emblematic of a lot of, like, I guess, like, fandom, you could say, if you want to, because, I mean, what is the casual audience anymore? What is the mainstream audience? But
Sure.
for fans of shit, like, there's this big swing now towards the hope core thing without any substance to it. And that's how Yuya can feel, and how a lot of other, like, Cody can sometimes feel, and a lot of top babyfaces can fucking feel to me. Like, you have to establish the relationship before you get into, like, just, you know, you have to have a reason for people to root for you, for your whole character to be that, you know, people are rooting for me from beneath. Like, and I like Yuya's matches, but you can't, like, well, I just feel like he needs something more there. I think he's got a good foundation that needs to be worked on, and Umino has an awful foundation that needs to be completely changed, or at this point maybe he should be shipped off to fucking AEW or something. Because I really am tired of this guy, and I don't know what can be done to fix it, because, like, honest to God, I thought my vendetta against him was one, like, that was kind of petty and the fans were warming up to him. But obviously we saw with the next night on Dash, like, they still do not want to see him near any title or any big spot at all. It was like, it might be just because it was Dash and, like, you know, energy was high, but they let his ass have it for challenging the Knockout Brothers just as loud as they did back when he was doing the world title thing. They do not want him doing anything of importance at all. It's actually sad. And it's not helping that the Knockout Brothers are getting themselves over by talking about it all the time. And being like, yeah, you're right. This guy sucks. Oscar especially has been brutal on Shota. But
it's a good thing he can't
there's
understand
too much
him.
to talk about in this show. I guess so.
Well, look.
Too much to talk about on the show. Hyper focus on.
First of all, I'm offended that you would say ship him to AEW. Screw you. Second off, he's not going to AEW,
Bro,
brother.
he could be in the Death Riders.
Hey, exactly. No, Jonathan Moxley can fix him. All
Nope.
right? Put him in the dojo. Get
he's going to Noah.
Get young Wheeler to slap him around a little bit. It'll be fine. All right.
They're trading him to DDT for Takeshita full time. But anyway, yeah, let's move on. Did we mention who won the match?
No, I have more to talk about in this match.
Yeah.
And it's that, we have, it ended up being a nice moment for TMDK, who won the match. Zach and Oiwa and Hartley, they were kind of propping up old man, giving him the rub for the Tokyo Dome thing, which was nice and well-earned win for Zach. And Bar Shimon got the runner-up, and they're running that match back at a Korok coming up, so that'll be fun. And more Zach versus Goto shit with their respective faction mates on call. I'd love to be able to do better play-by-play for this match, and it was fun at times, but I said this while we were watching it. New Japan production is like beautiful for singles matches. It's absolute dog shit for the kind of chaos that a Rumble match requires, and it's made especially worse by the fact that it was not one person coming out every interval. It was three people going off to do different things. Like, it was just a very chaotic match for the viewers at home, and I swear to God, I actually tried to compile notes and make sure that I had everything in place this time, but there's hardly anything to say about this one. It's just so hard to follow.
I remember watching it,
but yeah,
and not knowing when House of Torture actually got eliminated, and then it's like, oh wait, these are the final two teams. But
yes,
I was so confused. So
it was very hard. They were doing also the Money in the Bank gimmick of a lot of teams rolling out of the ring to give people their spots, so it was very hard to tell when anyone was getting fucking eliminated or anything. I just had no idea. But it's fine. I think the right winners won, or the right minion won. And it was a cute moment, like I said, for TMDK, and it set up the KOB match the next night, so I was happy with it. Not over the moon about it, but we move on then to Syuri versus Saya Kamitani for the joint, or not, I guess, unified titles, but for both the Strong Women's and IWGP Women's Championships. This one was we joke what about the women's matches at Wrestle Kingdom. It did end up being right around 12 minutes, like always.
I think it was 12 or 13.
Yeah, just a tad over maybe, but yeah.
That being said, this was, I think the best that the Stardom wrestlers have ever been able to get out of a Wrestle Kingdom match before.
Oh God,
it was
100%.
really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. They went hard.
I love this
with
match,
the time that they had. I really liked it. It was probably, I don't know. There ended up being a lot of good matches, but it's definitely at least on par with the Never. No, I think I liked it better than the Never Openweight, as fun as that was to see.
Yeah.
So yeah, third match with the top two matches being as good as they were is not bad. They really, like I said, this was fun because there was more of an angle to it than most of the women's matches on New Japan pay-per-views. The clash of styles between Vet Syuri and, really high off all her success, high speed, Saya, they meshed really well together and gave us something that we don't always get. And especially, I think the ending, it being that shock win for Syuri and the first big loss that Saya's taken in a long time, ended up, kind of bringing it all together as a really, really hot undercard match. I remember everyone. I brought one of my best friends, Kate, along, and of course Sarah, who don't watch as much, and they were both heavily invested into this one.
Yeah.
Wanting Syuri to win, wanting her to get that upset, and she did. So props to her.
And really buying into all the near falls that Kamitani put her in.
The drama was great.
No, I mean the choice to go with Syuri. I mean, spoiler alert: you might be seeing Syuri a little bit later on in this episode. But I think Saya being just undeniably the biggest star. Not even I hesitate even to say just the biggest star in Stardom, maybe the biggest star in Japanese wrestling, for the past year or so. And having her lose this match, I think speaks to not just obviously the faith that they have in Syuri to carry the titles, but the faith that they have in Saya to take that loss and still be legitimate and still be a threat. Like, this is not at all, a sign that Saya Kamatani is going down in the Joshi pecking order anytime soon.
No.
The way that she was able to so effortlessly just meld into this new heel persona of hers, as this domineering, confident, just absolutely, like the queen of everything.
Right.
I have no doubt that she'll be able to, introduce some more interesting character elements later on, maybe carrying this loss with her in a way. So.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it was the right time for it, and I think, I really loved both these women in this match. And I'm really happy for Syuri.
Yeah, I had a really great time, especially watching Syuri kick Saya's head off. And it was very funny. I didn't like the seconds being there because I just immediately got House of Torture flashbacks, and
I know you were worried that Hate was gonna come in and ring the bell and
declare her double champ. But I think it was a really bold decision and one that I think works. Again, like, you can have that match on the line for the red belt. You can have, I think even though Saya's had the better year, I think Syuri needed it more and just got the IWGP belt. I mean, earlier this year, very recently. Wasn't that long. Mm-hmm. She got it from.
It was back in October.
Yeah, exactly, from Syuri.
And this was V1, so it would have been, kind of frustrating for her if she lost.
Especially after going for that chase all year long and building herself back up.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, I think this was the most we jumped up and down other than the semi-main for the whole night, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, probably.
Definitely. It was, we all really got invested hoping that Syuri might be able to pull it off, and by God, she did. It was great. It was great pro wrestling.
I'll say it was the best Stardom commercial I've seen in a while. I'm very interested in keeping up with that product now.
I went ahead and watched their two follow-up Corkins at New Year's this past weekend. They've got a lot going for them. They really do.
Yeah, Maki Ito.
And, they got Ito there now, a crazy, star that nobody expected would ever show up in Stardom. It feels like they're really, going for it all. They're not content to be just Stardom with Stardom fans anymore. They're trying to make a move to, I know they've been the biggest women's promotion in Japan, but, it feels like they want to be, we're the women's promotion. We want, we want it all. It's exciting, fuck monopolies, but it's cool to see a promotion get that hot. It's just exciting. Up next, we had the most sort of angle, I guess, storyline heavy match of the night, you could say. It's what we were talking about before. It was the big War Dogs versus United Empire tag. Firstly, we had United Empire first we had War Dogs coming out. We had all these callbacks to the fun Hiromu and Finley pairing that we had in World Tag League and the War Dragons as well. And Gabu was just kind of there. But he was there.
Not doing his weird gorilla crawl.
No, he was not. Yeah, I don't know what's up with this guy. I don't know what his deal is.
He was dreaming of those Florida beaches, brother. I'll tell you that.
All right. So we had, firstly, on the United Empire side, the Prince, Callum Newman, who I've been hyping up for y'all all these past 2 months, frankly looking really, really shitty.
Like
But
dog shit.
the
Oh my
terrible,
God.
terrible entrance gear, the awful new trunk, or the awful new tights when he was looking good with the black.
I had to listen to you for fucking months.
Woo,
Tell
the
me
shitty little
about-
scepter from Spirit Halloween,
he's so
y'all.
good. He's so good now. It's like,
He got good. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. We've got a real leader back now. We don't need him anymore. He's going to fade into the background.
just abandon that agenda right now.
Yeah, no, I don't care about that anymore. Jake's taking the title at Osaka. It'll all be fine. But yeah, we got. I mean, despite what I said, I mean, I think he's still much better in ring than he used to be. The look is bad.
Looking like
but then we got
Alex
Okan.
Houston.
Yeah, we got Okan out there with some new all green, green and gold versions of the weird. What do you call them? What are those pants called? I don't even know what to call them. I want to say like Aladdin pants.
Oh, like the hammer
Sabu
pants?
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't know. But I'll say this about Okan. I mean, he looks more locked in than he has in a long time. I think he really appreciates that they finally have some direction. And then we got the return of the Mauler, Hanare,
We
coming
sure
out
did.
looking in fucking fantastic shape. Best shape I've seen him ever, really. With a crazy new back ponytail, I guess to mimic Okan, because it looks like they're going to be the definitive tag team of the sort of the new United Empire, I suppose you could call them. So they're matching now, and Hanare, just looks like a freak. But if you think Hanare looked yoked, you ought to see who came out right after him. Andrade El Idolo, looking like the biggest man alive, I'd have to say.
That is a real Latino man right there.
Holy shit.
That is nothing but cage-free Mexican chickens.
Y'all.
Hey, that's what hating
rice of the highest caliber.
That's what hating Sammy Guevara does to an MFer. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Y'all.
That's right.
I mean, I'm just going to be honest with y'all. Like, you don't really see physiques like this at all anymore in wrestling.
No, and
It's
not in New
crazy.
Japan usually. Like,
No, definitely not in New Japan. Hardly anyone at all looks like this. And he did not go with the color scheme. He did not give a fuck. He wore his regular black and white.
no. And he kept it. And he kept it for Dash
when
too.
you bankroll the Empire, you can wear whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? When you're bringing in the money for the group.
That's true. And then we got, the long-awaited return of the smart bastard, long-awaited for us especially, with this, like I was joking about before, this crazy new character. I don't know if y'all just think it's silly, but I think it's so weird and eccentric this time. Like, I think, like, I'm being so dead ass when I say that I think Lee is actually playing to his strengths with whatever the fuck this is.
I agree. Jake Lee is a weird fucking guy. Like that is just a true fact about him, and this has been true if you've followed his career with any regularity. Whether it's to Noah or to All Japan or whatever, he is not particularly good in like in terms of like executing moves in a clean looking way. He's all limbs. He just throws himself around, kind of hoping that something will stick. He is, however, I will say, very. He has a kind of camera like charisma that is really just odd. Like, I can't stop looking at him, and and it's because he moves so weird, and he makes these faces that I don't really know if it's like if he's taking the piss out of it or if he's like trying to like play some mind games with his opponent or whatever. But like he just when Jake Lee is on screen, whether the match is good or not,
he's magnetic.
yes, you are drawn to him, and I think that is a benefit.
Sure. I mean, we might as well go ahead and. Well, I'm going to describe the character just for a second first, because it's weird. Like you said, what he's going for this time is like for the Empire aesthetic, you know. He's got this like weird sort of Julius Caesar Roman sort of entrance gear. He's got, but it's when he was coming out, you know, he looked like really sort of downtrodden, really sullen, and it goes with I guess the low-key theme and the tagline, the "Leave me alone, give me the throne" thing. It seems like for Jake is like now this very dejected, like borderline depressed wrestler, and I don't know where it comes from. Like I can't really think of it. I mean, he's been for a while, but I can't think of any like storyline reason why this sort of charming, like silver-tongued liar man from before has become this.
It's not even It's not even motivated by like him betraying like War Dogs or whatever, because like he knew that he was gonna betray. He said like he's not.
I mean, I think part of this, like, okay, so yeah, it seems like they have at least some hope that Jake will become something, you know, because he did end up challenging for the heavyweight championship. Now that challenge hasn't been granted yet. It's part of sort of this storyline of what exactly is he here for? Tsuji's asking it, but he is probably going to end up being the defense at New Beginning. And I'm interested to see where it goes. I think like the part of the reason I've been wanting this guy to come back for so long is partially because, you know, it's fucking funny and he's a funny guy to joke about. But also legitimately, I want new blood in the main event scene. And, you know, you could say he's not a good wrestler. He might not be, but he isn't like just speaking purely from New Japan booking perspective, you know, he's an established guy with a fan base. And I think, I mean, I'm excited to see where it goes. This match, or Logan, do you have anything to say about Der Smart Bastard being back?
Well, we don't even know if he's Der Smart Bastard anymore. He might be the good-looking Emperor.
I guess not.
He has no nickname as of
Something
the current
like
moment.
That.
It really messed me up with his interest gear because it's not UE colors. So I'm like, oh, he's also not going to be wearing UE colors? All right. But then he was wearing green.
Nah.
I really...
All green. Yeah. With a green contact lens.
That is true. I enjoyed his match on Dash more than I enjoyed this with his man. I forget who they fought. Who did they fight? It wasn't Bullet Club again, was it?
No, it was fucking at Dash. I think it was low key it was like I'm sorry.
Oh no. It was the mix.
Finley and Kid, and then Hiromu and Shingo and Tsuji.
Yeah. No, Hiromu. I don't think Hiromu was in that match, was he? No, it was.
Was it not? Oh,
it was Finley, Kid,
subbed, yeah.
Shingo. No, it was Finley. I think Drilla, Shingo, and Tsuji because it was an 8-man. I liked that match better, mainly because I liked Lee's just messing around mannerisms in that match and messing with Tsuji and stuff like that. I didn't. I was happy because I'm happy for you, and I know this has been a long-running bit dating back well into probably your first like appearance on what was WBGL of the Smart Bastard. It has been an infatuation of us for a long time. So to finally see him come back, and I am happy to see him. He's in the main event scene. But I, like you, who is the Lee fan, haven't seen a lot of Lee's actual work. And
yeah, I watched the 1G1.
I mean, he's funny, but like I haven't seen like much from either of these matches, and so I am excited to see what his match with Tsuji would look like.
I think the FBS is a good move, and I think
yes,
the choke slam looks good.
You mean the haluva kick?
That's about it.
Face break shot,
bro. That's the face breaking.
That's
shot,
the haluva kick, bro.
So yeah, United Empire is a big story going into 2026. They started Year Off Strong with Lee getting that pin on Hiromu. Besides that, this match, it was a lot of fun. It was a great, exciting undercard with all the new elements to it, but it was mainly just high spots and them doing bits on the World Tag League stuff, like War Dragons doing their moves together, Finley and Hiromu doing their moves together, and the crowd's popping for it. But I think we're safe to move on to this Junior 4-Way, the number one contender match that, So I didn't love this, but it was fine. Like, look, here's what I'll say. I am the biggest House of Torture apologist in the world. I don't even hate what Sho and Doki are doing specifically, but this is just not what I want out of the junior division, really. It's not what I think they should be doing. Junior division is very specifically supposed to be, in New Japan, this super, ultra exciting, it's the same as High Speed and Stardom. Just short bursts of crazy athleticism, and stuff you wouldn't believe, and, stealing the show with work rate. And Doki can do that. Like, he still does that in his singles matches, but all the bullshit around it, and him not even being in this match, the storyline just doesn't do it for me. And it might have done it for me if it was being used to, like I said before, be a weird way of really propping up Fujita as this guy that Doki is scared of. But just ending up going back to a Desperado defense, I don't see why they couldn't have just done this at the Dome. The match had some fun spots with them ganging up on Sho, but nothing really that memorable. It's just, maybe to get New Japan back on track, we just have to sacrifice one division to be really, really bad and not just okay. And if that's the case, I guess I'll take it. But I want more out of the juniors right now. I'm really disappointed with the direction they're going in with them.
I do get that. This is pretty stale at this point, and I think maybe the House of Tortureness of it all is playing a part in that, but I don't know that it is really. I mean, I think mostly it's just there has not been any real intentional effort with the junior division, unlike how there evidently has been with the heavyweights, to introduce a some new blood into it. These are the same guys that have been doing this, with the exception of Fujita. These are the same exact guys who have been doing this song and dance since 2019 or whatever, 2018.
Right.
And your aces, Hiromu is checked out. He's got 1 foot out the door to Noah anyways. Desperado is better. I think is better than Hiromu right now, but seems more interested in doing his own kind of weird shit outside of New Japan even. And clearly I think feels maybe a little constrained by the limits that the New Japan Junior kind of tag puts on him, and like turning Doki in the first place was probably in hindsight just an awful idea.
It was an awful. It was clear at the time.
Yeah, like I mean the reactions that he was getting, literally like a calendar year ago, in the Dome when I saw him, and he got injured, unfortunately, was a kind of like genuine sort of push to be like, okay, yeah, let's make this guy like a new Hiromu, a new Desperado, a new Kushida before them, that kind of thing. And I think they've definitely just fumbled that so badly.
It's just crazy, and it's funny because for a bit there it was like they were going all in with him, and I don't know what changed. And unlike a lot of the younger heavyweights, like Doki was getting fucking over,
Yeah.
like really over. The fans were getting really behind him last year. In a way they hadn't picked a guy like that until, this second half of the year, or I guess really probably the whole year with Tsuji. But before that, he was their guy. They loved, his whole aesthetic, the weird Kishin Liger thing he did against Sho. People loved that. Just the whole Kabuki aesthetic he was going for was really just hitting. It was working for people, and I don't know when the team decided that wasn't going to be the thing anymore. It's big wasted opportunity. That's all you can say. And the junior division, every other division is making, notable sort of changes with this, Tsuji injecting this life into the main event scene with direction, coming up with a clear gimmick for the global title, the Never title being on this crazy super rookie, and the tag team title is being on, we say what you will about the KOB, but a really, really hot act that has, again, a clear vision for the division. The junior championship is starting to really, really stick out as a sore spot in the company.
Yeah.
Logan, do you have any thoughts on this one?
I mean, I think I said it when we were watching this to Cooper. What happened to the rich tradition of the Wrestle Kingdom 4-Way where we were genuinely pumped? Like, just think about a couple years ago when...
Yeah.
Like half of the people who were in this match were in that match, and I was way more excited in this one. I was just like, I mean, I liked a lot of the... That
was a show stealer for that Wrestle Kingdom.
I mean, they got me to love the Master, and they still haven't given him the title. I just think, and I love Despy. Like, my profile picture on Discord right now is him from Despy Invitation. I would dress him as Halloween.
Yeah.
But, there really needs to be, I don't know. I think it's the same thing. Like, you can't, not defending the title, even though it is funny, and I love House of Torture, wrong decision. Of all, it should have been Fujita. At some point, you gotta prop him or Watto up. I think Despy can still hold the title, but it's is Despy going to get it and then drop it to Fujita? We already had that match, I don't know. I mean, it's a sure spot, definitely. They have a bunch of talent that at any point, if Gato starts remembering how to book the division, it can turn around like that. So I'm not, super worried about it, but it was kind of
I don't even know that they have a bunch of talent. They have Fujita, and you say Watto, and, I like Watto just fine, but that guy I think is also maybe a little demotivated at the minute. Who else are you gonna do? You're gonna put the belt on Sho? You're gonna put the belt on Yo?
Bro,
what I'm saying is
belt up Robbie X.
Right.
They have I'm not saying as in the talent is gonna there's certain times where the talent rises above bad booking. What I'm saying is they have a roster that in the right scenarios, if you have a good booker, they can do a lot with these guys. We know Fujita is great. He's a star. He's the one that, like, we're looking at. This guy's the future. But, like, you can't tell me they couldn't reheat up Watto. And say what you want about Yo, but, like, for a while there, he was hot. Like, you can, in the right scenarios.
I don't know.
Well,
Yeah.
You just wait, brother. You wait.
I'm hoping
Daki Nagai, he's going to be the future.
Nagai is good. I'm hoping for something for Akira. I'm a big Akira fan. I hope now that he's back, he can show off a little bit for something like that. But like y'all were saying, you just they aren't inspiring confidence.
No.
Move on ahead, I guess, to the. Oh, this is gonna be a fun one. I think we'll have a lot to say about this.
Somebody that is inspiring confidence.
Yes, the never open weight title match. The King of Darkness, Evil versus the fucking Wolf. I guess we can say now. We don't have to hold our breath anymore. The big fucking Wolf, the big bad motherfucker, Aaron Wolf. Oh my god. So this, I mean, dude, this was really just a great pro wrestling moment right here, wasn't it?
I would like to take back everything that I said in the predictions episode about Aaron Wolf.
Oh God!
I talk about love at first sight.
Right.
Like, he is a kind, like, that entrance. At the taiko drum, and he comes out in the gi, and he rips it off, and it's just the basic ass young lion trunks and boots, and he runs on down, and I saw some people, including fucking Dave Meltzer, fucking rag on him for his physique. Fuck off! Oh my god, he is. Like, that's some fucking Jumbo Saruta shit. Like,
Listen, yeah, he looks, I mean, he does look like that era. Like, he looks like a All Japan brawler, like a Jumbo or a Hansen or a Gordia. No, he's got that exact kind of build. If he was just a little bit taller, he'd look just.
I don't even
like he
think
fit right in with
his physique is that bad. I just think it was. The only complaints people really like, what people were complaining about is he just had on this too tight young lion tights. Like, well, you get him some Hansen tights where it get a little bit over the belly, or you get him like Hashimoto type, trunks. Like, he's there. It doesn't matter. He doesn't have to be ripped. Like, you don't have to have a 8-pack to be a phenomenal wrestler.
Yeah. But, like, even aside from that, like, that's the least of what I was impressed with.
Oh yeah.
In this match, his fucking fire that he showed, like, that's what I wanted, right? It was
that's
just,
real, yeah.
Like, I saw somebody make some post about it. There's like, all I wanted Aaron Wolf to do was just take a beating from Evil for a little bit and then scream into the Tokyo Dome and then fire back up. And he did. He did exactly that. And that yell felt like so guttural and so, like, like it came from this sort of part of wrestling, of crowd interaction, that's so fundamental, and like that's what he gets is that part of it. All the move stuff, that'll come later, and that's fine. And even that, he's fine for right now. Like, that he's got his judo shit that he can pull on. I think his finish looks pretty fucking cool.
The submission was great. The big power slam was great. So
yeah. But he hits hard. He puts a lot of stank into his stuff. Like, that's all I need. Yeah,
for me, like, he is noticeably, like, green. Like, you can tell this is his first, like, big match. Because he hadn't even had, like, I mean, he's obviously worked behind the scenes, but we haven't seen any televised young lion matches. So he hasn't you can tell watching.
Absolute debut.
You could tell watching this that he hasn't put it all together, completely.
Yeah.
Like, he definitely got winded, which, again, it's a...
Definitely.
Yeah. But, like, it's going to be he's going to be interesting to watch for this first year, but, like, if he's this good about, like, certain things now, like, just wait till Wrestle Kingdom next year when he has a year under him, and him to really find that
he's just
right.
to find that identity and stuff like that. Sorry, go ahead.
He's just got the instincts, like,
yeah,
which is more than you can say for a lot of people, even a lot of people who have been wrestling.
Yeah.
Honestly, right now, like,
No, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Like, he has, they're giving him great merch
and
too.
I mean, they're clearly really all in on Aaron Wolf, and how could you not be? I mean, I was jumping up and down for the Takeshita Tsuji match, and I was like so happy for the Tanahashi Okada match. Like, it was a beautiful moment. Going back and watching it, I genuinely think, obviously Wolf has the advantage of being this crazy Olympic hero guy who's very mainstream, but I think this match got the loudest reaction of any of these, top 3 matches. People were living and dying by it. And the best thing I can say about Wolf, like Cooper said, he's very old school. He's very, base, sort of getting the basics right in pro wrestling. The best thing I can say about him, I think, is that, he really stands out in a world, a pro wrestling world, and in New Japan too. I mean, where a lot of people are doing the same shit, look kind of the same. The big robes, the entrance robes, still sort of aping on that old epic style. Wolf is just different, That physique he's got, we were talking about, I don't think it's a bad thing. It is a big plus to me, because you can still tell he's a fucking athlete, and he really, like, stands out. Like, he's got that silhouette, where you can see him as, like, man, that's Aaron Wolf. And he, I said too in the, first of all, it stands out that he won that title on the first match. I mean, me and Cooper talked about it. That's just not really something that hardly ever happens. On top of that, I told Cooper a miracle will be, and the miracle and the best possible sign will be if anyone is breaking into the conversation at all that's not just the Tanahashi retirement. And people were talking about before coming back. People were talking about Tsuji getting his storyline moment and being happy for him. But a lot of people were talking about this guy and how interesting and exciting he is and how big a deal it could be for New Japan. And just, like, he is this hot young rookie. And people were all over him. I just couldn't be happier. To get into the match a little bit more, I mean, what can you say? We were right when we said that Evil was the perfect opponent for this. He guided him. He guided him, like, all the way. You could really tell, and he was in peak form. Doing his bullshit, doing his little catchphrases, doing the cheating moments, and obviously the House of Torture is going to stick around. They're not going anywhere. But these groups, these ultra heel groups like them, they exist to get their comeuppance. And this was the best payoff for House of Torture that there has ever been since they have existed. A guy like Wolf coming in and just making an absolute fool out of Evil, and the entire House of Torture is exactly what should have happened. And it kind of, honestly, him being able to, make them look like scrubs like he did in their debut makes him stand out more than anything. It's like, hey, this is the guy who didn't put up with that shit at all. He's about to go do the same with Narita, I assume, at the New Beginning, which is his next match up, and that should be a lot of fun. They can do the house stuff and also mix in some grappling if all goes well. It just makes him look like a beast right away. And Evil, he stole for him like crazy. He props to him, man. I really hope that the rumors of him heading out specifically are wrong, and I think they are. But man, what a loss! What a loss if Evil were to leave this company. He is a goat for, and after this night, like, if he is to stay, like we all, I'm sure, hope that he does, like, he is a made man forever. The officials in New Japan will fucking bow down to the King of Darkness forever after what he was able to do for this, this starlet.
He should have a job for life if he wants it. There is something to be said for, like, necessary turnover in a company, but Evil is the kind of person that you do want to stick around. He's the kind of wrestler that you need, right? Like, he's not over the hill like like Tanahashi or the Nagatas or those kinds of guys, but he can serve in a pretty much very similar role to those dudes, and help kind of guide this younger crop of talent into a big main event program. I think there is value in him as kind of a stepping stone sort of wrestler. Now, whether or not he wants that is up to him. Obviously, I can also understand maybe being frustrated by having that role. But that is a necessary role in any wrestling company.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, if he sticks around, like, I can't imagine. I mean, I struggle to imagine a world where they don't at least try an Evil heavyweight championship run at least one more time. I mean, he's finally, like, you always heard people say that there were fans, who were really behind Evil. It feels like 2025 was the year where, like, they really came out of the woodwork, and just Evil he's pretty widely beloved now. And I mean, shit, you could get a lot of mileage out of what was teased at that G1 final. You could really probably do a big program if you ever wanted to turn him face again. I think people would just adore that.
That's the other part. It does the retained interest, I think, does necessitate the eventual, if not dissolution of the house, then the ousting of Evil from the house. I think that is maybe something that can be considered.
You know what's interesting about HOT, and I hadn't really thought about this until more recently. It's been going for a really long time now. Like, what, they started in 2020 or 2021, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So they started up then. In those 5 years, no one has ever turned babyface out of House of Torture.
Yeah.
Every OG member is still in the group, and
I guess maybe
anyone that's
maybe
joined
Jack
since.
Perry.
Oh, sure, but that's not exactly what I'm talking about. Like, I'm talking, I'm saying, like, there's just still a lot you could do with them. You could, like, even if it's not Evil, someone turning out of it, maybe give Yujiro that big baby face run that Logan is hoping for.
we're in the midst of it.
But I'm just saying, like, there's a lot left in the tank. The slow burn. There's just a lot left in the tank for the house, and Aaron Wolf is, I mean, amazing prospect. This knocked it out of the park, and it was the start of an amazing stretch of matches to end this show, which we will be getting into right now. This semi-main event was just everything. I was getting so fucking hyped for this match and so fucking scared. for this match in the build-up. Like, it was getting to me like wrestling hardly ever does anymore. Because I was buying into everything they were selling, thinking like, oh man, obviously, it's not true. But part of me was believing it. Like, man, if Suji can't pull off his ambitions, we're fucked. It was getting into my head, and I was worried because of how often New Japan, even during their peak years, would set up something like this and kind of screw with you and not go for it. Like, I was starting to worry there's a genuine chance that they just pull everyone's hearts out. But they knew this was not the time for it. Suji did win, and he was, in fact, anointed as the new top guy of the company, pretty much, like, without a shadow of a doubt. Like, we finally have, a real... It's too early, I think, to call ace, but we have a guy that they are behind for the first time since Okada left. And it couldn't be, I think Suji proved in this match that he was the right guy to pick. I mean, anyone who had any doubts about his ability to put on just, a main event classic should be gone after this one. It was, it was just great and memorable too. Like, it's not like a mindless, banger that I will soon forget. It was a match with, real moments to it, as well as, just everything you could ask for from a top New Japan match. And Takeshita, shit, I was getting into him as this ultimate, villain, like the representative of everything that I didn't want in New Japan going into 2026, but now that it's all over, I can say that I think, I actually can say retroactively, I think this whole run from the G1 to now was pretty perfect, honestly. Even if the weirdness of having him kind of be a babyface, kind of not, like, that was strange, but it almost, in the end, fed into, like I said, just this sense of crazy, crazy tension in this match, building to that crescendo, stare down, like, whose way is better, both men in the corner. Suji he does blast the shit out of him in a way that I had not seen him hit that move, ever, since that, that clipped moment of him hitting in Sonata in that literal debut. Like, he lifts him up and slams him down. He put his all into that one. And I mean, we all of us in the room could not believe our eyes when he did not go for the pin, but, turned him over in a moment that I'm very sure will become iconic to this new era of New Japan Pro Wrestling, where he locks in that crab. The crowd goes insane, and I was biting my nails thinking there is no way that he wins with this. Takeshita's getting out. I am so fucked. But he locks it in like never before. And Takeshita, he is the world traveler. He is the alpha. But he was not accepted into the dojo, and he does not know how to defend against a perfectly performed Boston Crab. The story is so good. The finish is just so good. It's better than anything I could have come up with, man. Like, these are those moments of, in-ring storytelling. I'm sorry for how long this rant is, man. Oh my god.
Go crazy with it. You've been working up this whole show.
I know it. This finish, this Boston Crab finish, is those kind of moments, like we were talking about in the Okada Tanahashi thing, the fucking, those iconic images, the Okada crying after thinking he was really going to win that Wrestle Kingdom match, Okada with the finally figuring it out with the wrist control, when Tanahashi's fucked. I feel like I felt the same way seeing this final move as I did during going back and watching all that. It's the kind of thing you can get from New Japan that you so scarcely see in other promotions. It's that storytelling without words, but everyone knows what it means. And it was just, I was jumping up and down. I could not believe it. I like I said, I'm thankful for Takeshita playing his role in it. I think it takes, honest to God, I think it's something special about Takeshita, and I think it proves that he cares more, about New Japan and doing this the right way than kind of like his character does. The whole crux is that he doesn't really care for the company, but to go with a finish like this, you have to see that vision and really care about, helping them out in this case, because he did not have to tap out to the Boston Crab to end this match. Yeah. He really did not. And I mean, shit, I want him to stay triple contracted. I want him to stick around. I think he's got a lot more that he could do in the cerulean blue. I want to see him run this match back later down the line. I am just like in that, I love JCast, and Damon on JCast, he said something that I really liked. He said that watching this match is like, you've got that one chair at home, that is just your comfy chair, and you only get to sit in it sometimes and feel those effects, on the most perfect days. And seeing this match at Wrestle Kingdom in front of the Dome, it was like, man, the comfiest fucking chair at home. It was like being totally content and happy. And that's exactly how I felt seeing this just 5-star match on New Japan turf, putting over this guy. I'll throw it over to whoever wants it. I couldn't be in a better mood.
I'll take the ball and try to continue after that. I don't know, man. This match was awesome. Me and Cooper were really trying to poke and prod Jack as much as possible to mess with him. And I wanted Tsuji to win, mainly because I picked him for points. But and also I knew it was the right choice. But in the moment when Takeshita tapped, I was like, no, they're making him look weak. But I'm like, it's the perfect ending. And I think there was many moments. I mean, that was the best Blue Thunder Bomb ever, maybe? Off the top, like, that was amazing.
No, I loved all the stuff when Takeshita was dominating, because it just made me, like, I was biting my nails so hard. I was like, fuck this guy. He cannot be. I said at one point, and this was something so fun about, main event Takeshita in this heel role. Like, I remember specifically saying to y'all when he hit that Poison Run, I was like, fuck this guy. How many moves does he have? It's just not fair.
He's the perfect, like, wrestler, face or heel, like, especially heel, because he's just one of those ones who's like, you don't necessarily have to do the heelish stuff. He's just better, And so for him to finally, get caught by Tsuji and him finally rally and stuff, I think the match structure was done incredibly well. I think it was a great moment. As much as I hate to see my big baby lose, I cannot complain. I mean, it was a home run and a half. I mean, the way the crowd was reacting to was like, that's how you know it's a great match. And New Japan, more than any promotion, needed that home run, and they hit it out of the park.
I guess now it's my turn. I think that this was a perfect match. I would have literally changed not a single thing about it, and that's not something that I think often in really any form of media, but especially pro wrestling. I would like to thank Anthony Khan for granting Konosuke Takeshita to New Japan in order to tell this wonderful story, in order to give all of you cretins over there the best professional wrestler to be your champion. Tsuji, as somebody who has been on his side since his return from excursion way back when, in that Sonata program that you had referenced earlier, Jack, who from that instant where he comes back and in his first program challenges for the world heavyweight title, which is not something that they would ever do for anybody that they didn't have absolute 100% faith in. And, obviously things get muddied up, things get in the way. And so, they couldn't pull the trigger, arguably maybe when they should have earlier. But there is something about having that delayed gratification and to have it be in this moment when things were looking as dire as they ever had been, where it really was a tipping point, to have him come up and step up to the plate and just knock it out of the fucking park. There is a kind of catharsis in that I don't think you would have gotten had they decided to strap up this, newly returning young lion, or even if they had him win the G1 and take it in the year that Zach did, So I think that Tsuji positioning himself, I agree with you. It's maybe too early to make the full ace call, right? That depends on a lot of things. That depends on not just and a lot of things that are out of his control.
Right.
Is he able to consistently draw in houses, bring in merchandise? Like all these things that all that he can do is just continue to put on great performances. But he has so clearly positioned himself as the leader, as it in much the same way that it took Tanahashi in the depths of Inokiism to, in that press conference Q&A thing with Inoki in the middle of the ring, in the same way that it took that young guy to grab the mic and say, "Fuck you, this isn't working, this is dog shit, I'm gonna show you how it's fucking done." It is taken Tsuji doing essentially that exact same thing with, this zeal and truth behind it that just feels like a revolutionary kind of moment. I'm incredibly excited to see how his career shapes out from here.
Yeah, I mean, what Suji's like, it's very similar to what you were talking about. What brought Tanahashi to the dance, Tsuji, and why I loved this finish so much. Like, the interesting thing about pro wrestling in 2026 is that we are going through this real globalization phase. more than ever before, everyone can watch everything, and the styles that we watch are kind of becoming very homogenized. And so Suji has kind of taken it upon himself as a character, and I think also in real life, he has this sort of character of like, you know, I'm gonna prove what makes us different. You know, he's this homegrown guy, and the dojo pride specifically is super fascinating because it's something. It's just such a cool wrinkle that he's decided to add because it's something that every New Japan fan knows so well. Everyone, watches the prelims, watching these guys grow up, watching them learn to do this move, it drilled into both the wrestlers and the fans. It's like, this is New Japan Pro Wrestling's core. You can go and watch the amazing, 30-minute classics at the end, but what New Japan stands for, like what the values that kind of make up the kind of wrestling that it is. It starts in the prelims with the Young Lions, and I think it's fucking really clever on his part to emphasize that as this new, like, it's so funny to make the Boston Crab your super finisher.
Yeah.
But
Right.
but it's work. It's just it's just exactly kind of what I want to see, that kind of thoughtfulness in New Japan going forward, like real acknowledgement of the state of pro wrestling and their state in the world of pro wrestling right now. It feels like some of the problems that have faced New Japan in the past few years have been that they didn't quite understand where they were at.
Yeah.
And this Suji character feels like a guy who knows exactly what's happening around him and exactly what he needs to do to bring focus back. Another thing I want to say just before we move on is that fuck Cooper sort of touched on it. Like, he has gotten so much better. It's going to be exciting to see his growth. I mean, just again, Suji is clearly like, I always walk away from his matches these days thinking like that he's really just a smart dude. Um, the way he's changed his game and really responded to criticism all this time leading up to this match where he kind of debuted. Even I haven't even seen him do this throughout the rest of the year, not in the kids series, not in any other big match he's had. He debuted this like really clever gut work, core work,
Yeah.
which was the basis of the whole match. And it's Sushi never really did that before, and I guess I didn't realize. I mean, you've got the spear, which it works for, but now it works for both of these two finishers. He was throwing these vicious forearms to the gut.
There's
the
that
entire
one when
match.
Takeshita just fucking keels over. That
Yeah.
it just looked like death. Yeah.
Yep.
And he cut out in this match. As someone who watches so many New Japan only matches, who's seen a lot of this guy's work, I can tell you, he cut out a lot of the fat of his moveset for this match, and only really brought what he needed. Only thing that he really did in the match that didn't kind of build up to that was doing the Marlowe crash, which he didn't even end up hitting. He just teased it. Everything else was just working the core of Takeshita the entire time. And it's interesting, and it's not standard. It's something different, and that's really what, like I said, with Wolf, it's something that I think I really want to see in wrestling going forward, is people trying these new and interesting approaches. I'm happy, we'll talk about it a bit as Dash comes along. I'm happy that they've got this new faction for him. I'm happy that they really did go all the way with bringing that belt back. It's just they're giving a lot to this guy, and I want to see it continue. I want to see if we can freshen up this main event scene with Yota as the head. and Takeshita can be a really good TV champion coming after February. um, let's talk about the big one, the Hiroshi Tanahashi retirement match against Kazuchika Okada in front of 50,000 people in the Tokyo Dome.
Yes, sir.
I couldn't have been. I mean, I was just in such an amazing mood after that last. It felt like really.
It felt like you were somewhere else after it. Honestly.
Yeah, it was like you. It was like euphoria going into this one. Just like I was like the speed smile gif for the entire match. I know. Tanahashi came out with his hair all done up with the first first Okada came out with his AEW gears, AEW robe, and Curiosity.
Time to wake up
over the speaker.
There's a war outside.
Oh,
hey, gonna do my hey!
Accompanied by Gato, but still. Yeah, Okada looked, and I know he was playing to the crowd, but we mentioned it like Okada looked like he wanted to be anywhere else in the world, and it was pretty good. It was pretty good with what we learned. You know, the story they were going for with this match later on. Tanahashi comes out absolutely dolled up with the hair, with the robe, with the not with high energy. I think Tanahashi has never loved that one as much as the fans loved it for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But it was still fun. I mean, the crowd was losing their minds, and you know, the match started with, I mean, this real energy behind it, and they did, you know, run. Yeah. Watching all these matches over the past month and a half really did inform this one, but they were trying, like what we hoped for. They were trying something different in this one that they hadn't really done before, which was exciting. I mean, I'd have to go back and do a full ranking, obviously, but I really, really loved this one more than a lot of their recent encounters.
Yeah, definitely over the later period ones. I mean, yeah, it's telling two stories at once, which is, I think, kind of interesting. Obviously, there is, you know, the elephant in the room that Tanahashi is going regardless of the outcome of this match. But then there is the added element of Okada being such a entirely different person and a different animal than what he had been by the time that he had left. And, you know, how does, you know, that affect Tanahashi, you know, not just in terms of, you know, emotionally seeing this guy, you know, come back into his life, but you know, physically, how does he handle Okada wrestling like this, and, you know, and doing these things that he had never had the inclination to do before. Yeah, and I spoiler alert, I also thought that this was kind of a perfect match, that I wouldn't really change pretty much anything about. Jack, you're exactly right. You know, having those other matches in this legendary series so fresh in the mind really, I think, it enhances the experience. It felt like a warm hug. It felt like it you know, it kind of the same way. I mean, almost exactly the same way that, you know, for me, watching like the Nigel McGuinness Bryan Danielson return match at you know, AEW last year, felt for me, or not last year, the year before, yeah, like, you know, you just have these interactions and these spots and this history that's so built up, and, you know, there is something just inherently compelling about you know, after so much separation, you put these two people back in a bubble together, and just see, you know, what sparks can reignite.
Yeah. And I mean, Logan kind of, you know, props to you, Logan. You kind of absolutely perfectly predicted like what the crux of this match was going to be.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's, you know, sometimes, believe it or not, sometimes I actually can see what's going to happen, even though my predictions are terrible every single time. This was one that was interesting because I was just so, it happens every single Wrestle Kingdom. The semi-main is always so great that I'm like sort of emotionally spent in a certain way. But, and like on a rewatch, and like, I like this match a lot. A lot of people were like online a lot were like, this is the perfect match. I think, was it Meltzer that gave it 6 stars?
He gave it 6.
A full 5 stars, 6 in the Tokyo Dome type beat. But
maybe 6.5.
But I rewatched it, and I just really love, and the problem is, I love the story of the match. It's not going to go anywhere in AEW. So it's like, it kind of is, like, do we?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And that's why I'm like, it would be like, gosh,
well, does it need to? Why
it
do you
doesn't
want it to?
have to, and it doesn't work for the storyline they're telling. But like, I love just the one night, you know, him like turning back the Rainmaker, and along with, you know, Tana's been turning back the clock all year. But like, I love the story of Father. No matter how cruel it is, Father Time comes for all. And as good as he isn't as good as the Rainmaker anymore. He's not even close. You know, his body's so cooked that he can't, you know, he's just trying to muster, you know, every little ounce of energy. And I love the hope spots where he used the Beaumaye and the Pele kick, like just trying anything to feed off this crowd that he sold out and wants to get the win for them. And Okada, even though, again, that they've done this rivalry now, Okada is the invader. He's not doing... You know, this is the Rainmaker that we know. This is Mr. Curiosity. This is singing his own theme song out. You know, we did get some flipping off the crowd.
And,
you know, and I do love that, again, through this valiant effort. And like, Okada himself couldn't even hold his emotions when they pulled to him when Tana was coming out, and that man was tearing up.
Yeah,
but him, you know.
It's like trying to look away from the camera.
Yep. Him finding himself again and finding that Rainmaker we all know that he's not, doesn't have to be this, like, he's just better, you know? He's just better. He doesn't have to flip you off. He doesn't have to make you mad and then get a roll-up win like he did the Pac or, you know, Survive or stuff like that. He is just plain and simple one of the greatest wrestlers on earth, and he will put you down with that Rainmaker, and he's going to feel himself while he's doing it, you know? That final pose into it, I don't know. It really worked for me on a second. It worked for me on a first watch, but like coming back with full emotionals, ready to go. Like, I don't know. I thought it was great. I thought it was a perfect ending, other than, you know, Tana obviously going over. But like every true wrestler knows, you got to go out on your back. You know, you gotta.
Yeah, and
except if you're the Stinger.
That's true, but the Stingers. That's different, though. You ain't gonna go. I'm gonna lose to the Young Bucks.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Fuck those geeks.
No, I liked it because, like you said, Logan, Tana didn't end up winning. Sorry, Tana didn't end up winning, but he did get a win over Okada in a way. Because he is like, sure, I know you can beat me, but tonight you cannot beat me like that. You know, he had to really become his best version of himself again to be able to pull it out. And I thought that was really fun. Like that final, you know, that shot where right before the finish where Okada. Oh man, it's just such beautiful pro wrestling when Okada feels it and he does the Rainmaker pose, and they, you know, cut back to just his face, and he's looking at the whole, you know, up the lights with the sold out dome, looking like he's about to cry. Like, no, I felt something really, and I don't know. I do appreciate the Rainmaker a little bit more after watching this match. Maybe me and him have mended our relationship a little bit. just can't stay mad at him. He's too damn good. I wish that I could get that match versus Tsuji one day. Maybe it'll happen in a world where Kadani comes and congratulates the wrestlers after the match.
Hey, and in that world, it's gonna happen for the global title because Mr. Okada is an invader and he doesn't deserve version 4.
That's right.
The foreign fucking invaders.
Well, afterwards, it was Tana's retirement, and all the stars are here, all the foreigners from past and present.
The foreigners who would only be able to challenge for the global championship.
And the foreigners who are still in AEW, who we have a working relationship with, came out to congratulate Tana. Kenny did, Jay White, Kota Ibushi. Not really a foreigner for Kota, but he's a DDT. That's foreign enough. Will Ospreay all coming out. Then Shibata, who in full ops gear, keeping kayfabe alive for a second.
And healing it up. Plugging his ears to the audience.
Taking off his shirt and immediately smacking Tana, trying to go for a...
Oh, man.
That one almost got me.
It was good.
Yeah.
Is there anybody else that... Well, they had the legends. Muto and...
Yeah, then Fujinami.
Muto getting the selfie in the middle of the thing.
I know.
Are you kidding? Logan, are you kidding?
Who am I forgetting?
After everyone leaves... We get fucking...
that's true. There were so many guys, though. There were so many. I legit forgot about Naito.
I thought you were just doing it in order.
No. I don't acknowledge pro wrestling Noah wrestlers, brother. What are you talking about over here? No, Naito...
No, you do, because fucking don't you shut up about pro wrestling Noah wrestlers because fucking Machine Gun and Doc.
Well, yeah, that's the only two, brother. We're going to MLW in Atlanta to see Machine Gun, brother. Don't you worry. Yes, we are.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
Yes, we're
not doing that. That's not happening.
You just wait. MLW podcast is coming. We won't talk about Redacted though. Don't worry. But yeah, all the build up. I want you to talk about the Naito thing. That was so.
Well, Naito came out and it's the most Tetsuya Naito thing ever to basically completely steal the spotlight from Tana and give a little epilogue to his own New Japan career.
Walking worse than Tanahashi ever has, by the way.
I know. For what it's like, dude, I love Naito. I think he's amazing. I would like to see him, I guess, wrestle for New Japan still, but like, I don't know.
I don't know that you do want that, Jack.
I struggle with it, to be honest.
We get him some stem cells, he'll be all right. I love Tana the whole time, like pointing to his hand like a watch, like, dude.
Yeah,
we gotta wrap this up.
Mm-hmm. But Naito basically said, and it was funny what he said. You know, he was like, Tana, like, he's like basically said that, you know, Tanahashi's a very important wrestler to him. And he said, basically what he said was that New Japan is all he cares about and that he does not give a fuck about wrestling anywhere else. And he wishes that he could wrestle in New Japan, but he might not ever again. But he hopes that he does. And that was it.
Which is maybe the truest thing a professional wrestler has ever said.
Yeah.
Like, it is so obvious. Yeah, that dude.
Yeah.
I mean,
he doesn't have a heart for anywhere else.
Don't get me wrong. I get why he left. But yeah. And like,
you've got to feel pretty bad being Noah.
Yeah, right? You spend all this money, you spend all this time. Yeah, he comes out to his fucking Noah theme. Is like and like, you know, whatever. and with the title belt too, his tag title. But I mean, this is a little retirement ceremony thing. I do think, the other interesting kind of part about it is it's just sort of a physical manifestation of a kind of metaphysical concept that we've been talking about here, which is, not just Tanahashi, but quite literally the entire 2010s New Japan golden era is gone, and it ain't coming back. It's it's over. These guys are in other places. They're in different stages of their career, and it emphasized to me so clearly, as a turning of the page. In a way that I appreciate it. I mean, it felt like it was them saying, thank you all for what you have done for this company, and now we will tell this new story. So
yeah, and it could have been you're right, you're absolutely right, and it could have felt like this is the end of this era. Thank you all for being there. But now, we could have been entering into just this awful, more uncertainty than ever. But, because of those decisions made, in that semi-main, it was really you felt that nostalgia and you felt this strong sense of we are going to be okay. And I hope to God that they have their things figured out. I really, really want this to be the clear turning around point. We don't know for sure, but for now, it feels pretty good to be a New Japan fan. And it was such a fun show to watch with you boys, and I hope Tanahashi just has the best and most comfortable retirement that any person has ever had in life, because no one deserves it more than him.
For sure.
Yeah. I mean, you got a little hint too of the plans that they might have just the day after. So.
Yep. I was gonna say I don't want to do a match by match for New Year Dash.
Yeah, you don't
spend so
have
much
to.
time, talking about this, but we should hit the major storylines coming out of it, and I mean, this is as good much of a reason as the vibes are feeling, so high, haha. This is as much a reason as why we're feeling so good about it as anything. New Year Dash was actually, for the first time in a long time, what it's kind of supposed to be. It was exciting and angle heavy, and there were headlines coming out of it. Yeah, I mean, it was real good. I woke Logan up early to watch a few of them with me.
Whoa.
Wow.
You are fibbing.
Actually, wait, no, that's not what happened.
No. You said, do you want to get up at 6 a.m. for Dash? And I said, yes, you can wake me up. Logan's happy tail rolls off the couch at 6:45. There is no Jack in sight.
Ooh.
I go to the bathroom. I send a meme into the group chat. Jack likes it. I walk out. I said, well, are we watching Dash? He's like, yes, we are. And we watched an hour and 45 minutes. How far? Did we get right before the main, I think?
I skipped the opening Morishima and Shoya versus Team 150 match, and we watched Kato and Phantasmo versus Takeshita and Romero, and then we watched Barshimon versus House of Torture, and then we watched Connors, Romo, and Kid versus Jacob Austin Young, Akira, and Andrade.
I guess.
Yes, that was very much.
I'm
Andrade.
looking. Sorry. No, it was Andrade. I'm looking through the results page, and they don't have a profile for Andrade. It's just a blank. Remember,
an XX.
And then we watched Yeah, up to when the 2 title matches started, we watched. Um, we were wrong actually. Kid was not in that one. It was a 4-way: Tsuji, Finley, Takagi Baloney versus Hilario, Khan Newman, and Jake Lee.
Yeah,
By the way, so we were totally off.
that's what I said.
Um. No, fuck you. No, you're probably right. My bad. Um. So some stuff I loved from Dash. Takeshita is finally. How about this? So I'm going to talk about the stuff that happened to Dash, and then I'm going to talk about the New Beginning Tour matches that they set up, so we can just get it all done in one fell swoop. Okay?
Sure.
Takeshita reignited his rivalry with ELP in a match that was him and Romero versus El Fantasma and Sho Makato. He is finally actually like committed to this heel character, I think, now that he knows that it's what people kind of want out of him in New Japan. He was being an absolute bully to Sho Makato the whole match, and it was clear that the story was supposed to be kind of that Tsuji got in his head the night before, which was great. He was, bullying the shit out of Kato, and then he did end up winning with a very deep Boston Crab himself on Kato, kind of a way of saying, like, no, fuck you, I can do it too, and he said in the post-match too, he's like, just that feeling that, I can do it too, I'm coming back for my title, but first I've got to settle the score with ELP another time, and so that leads into a New Beginning in Jersey match for the TV title, ELP versus Takeshita. They had a mini feud earlier in the year where ELP took Takeshita to a time limit draw, but Takeshita beat him for the never open weight, but they never went back and ran it back for the TV title. So there is precedent, and I figure, I don't know if I said this in the group chat or not, but I figure with a guy like Takeshita, you want him around. But with the triple contract thing, and the no tours thing, it is genuinely a little difficult to have a storyline reason for matches that aren't title matches. So I kind of just see him winning this one and having a reason to have matches again. And I don't have a problem with that either. The TV title has been absolute hot ass with ELP as champion, and I would love someone that I actually like as the champion. So I'm excited for that one. I think it's kind of ridiculous that they've run that match 5 times in the year and a half that Takeshita's been with the company. But whatever. It's a comfortable match for New Beginning.
Yeah. They did hit gold on that the G1 stuff, and so I get there. It's a Takeshita's kind of only other like narrative thread so far to pull on. So
yeah. It is his rival for whatever reason. In the next match, we had Oleg and Yoshihashi and Goto versus House of Torture. Like I said, to touch on, it does look like Sonata will be taking some time off. They didn't phrase it like he was leaving the company, like they do sometimes, like they did with Naito. And he might be. Who knows? But the way they phrased it was that Sonata is going to take an indefinite leave of absence from competition. So it could be that he's going elsewhere, or it could be that he's finally taking some, well-earned time to really fix a lot of the nagging injuries that he's had. Hopefully, for me, it's the latter. I think Sonata's really finally found his place in modern New Japan lately, and I want to see him put over more young guys and do more weird shit with his gear. Besides that, Oleg and Yoshihashi and Goto are challenging for the Never Six-Man at this upcoming Korakuen on Sunday. So that's what they've got up next. Then, we went into this Hiromu, Kid, and Connors versus United Empire match. Main stuff set up in this is Akira is he's not holding back on the heel tendencies that United Empire has developed. He is absolute in he actually pulled on some "you people" sort of strings with this. He's like, nobody was there for me when I was injured. I've got no reason to be a hero anymore type shit, which is funny to hear from his very high voice. No offense, Kira. For this tour, I didn't see what day it was scheduled for, but it's going to be him in JAY taking on Hiromu and Ishimori coming up some show soon. And, of course, we got the big brawl and tensions between Andrade and Kid, which are really fun, and they are having a singles match. It's actually, weirdly enough, not been set yet. But presumably at Osaka, they are having a number one contendership match. I mean, they both agreed to a global championship match at Osaka for New Beginning, but it just hasn't been put on the schedule like a couple others, so it's just a little strange. But the number one contendership for the global championship, and presumably the winner will face Tsuji for the global championship in Jersey. So we've got that to look forward to. I think an Andrade match is an awesome way to showcase Tsuji as this top guy now, and I hope that that's what they end up doing instead of another Kid match, because that would be very lame and boring compared to the other option. Y'all have anything else to say about that possible program?
Yeah, I would adore an Andrade Tsuji match. Just the little callback that Kid made is like, oh, La Sombra, you're Intercontinental champ, like that popped me really big. Andrade, I think, is very much going to be I'm sorry to break this to you, Jack. I do think New Japan is not going to be his primary home for a very
no, that's
long time.
fine.
In the grand history of these kind of short Forerunner tours that they do every once in a while, this I think is on the higher end. Like this is not a Nick Nemeth situation. So
we've already eclipsed that in 2 nights.
Right. So and a big singles match is also, I think, really ideal, not just for Tsuji but for Andrade himself to really show off what he can do. It'll be, I think, his first the major singles match. Like, he's had stuff in Puerto Rico and stuff like that before, since his release from WWE, but like really on a big stage, to show off and remind people why he's what he wants to be, and when given the chance to be one of the best fucking wrestlers in the world. So sign me up.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I totally agree. Next match we had a Hantai group of Wadayo and Yado, and then Aaron Wolf against House of Torture. This one was real quick and simple, but it served to set up Narita as Wolf's next challenger. And like I said, I think that's pretty fun, because you can still do the house smoke and mirrors if you need to, but it does give him a chance to show off what I would assume to be a strength of his, just knowing what kind of a athlete he was before, show off some grappling stuff with Narita that a lot of wrestlers on the roster can't really do. So I'm excited to see how that one goes. I actually have pretty high hopes for it. And that's it, New Beginning in Osaka at the main card on February 11th. It's not going to be any Korakuen or anything. And then we had Drilla, Takagi, Finley, and Tsuji. I guess before actually of them versus Hanare, Okan, Newman, and Jake Lee. We didn't know it at the time, but after the show, we found out that big shocker, like seriously, kind of a big shocker to a lot of people. It looks like after this 13-year run, they finally are done dragging around the corpse of Bullet Club, and the unaffiliated doesn't exist anymore either, because Tsuji has decided to cement his place as this new main eventer by being the definitive, leader of a new faction in his own liking, or in his own likeness, the Unbound Company, which is just immediately comprised of everyone that was part of the unaffiliated War Dogs Alliance to start. Who knows how many there will end up being after what exoduses we'll see post New Beginning. But yeah, I'm happy about that. He brought out the V4, of course, for the first time and got a huge pop from the crowd when this match started. I mean, it's gorgeous. All of a sudden, it really feels like we have something worth fighting for. I think Tsuji said a belt worth dying for in his presser the next night. It feels just so much more legitimate than the previous belt. It was a great decision on their part to do this finally. And then we had the United Empire stuff post-match. I should say Hanare and Okan got the pin over Maloney and Takagi, and they're going to get a tag match, I think, at some minor show as well. Post-match, something I think nobody saw coming happened, and Willie Ospreay, the former leader of United Empire, came out. He was in town for the Tanahashi retirement, but like White and Omega and all those others, a lot of people thought he was just there for that. But no, they're running a fucking angle, and a pretty interesting one at that. Ospreay comes out, and I mean, at first what I thought was going to happen was that Ospreay was going to kind of denounce the state, like what Newman has done to United Empire, and get like pretty angry for turning heel this way, and maybe get like beaten down by them just to get some quick heat for the heel group. But that is not what happened at all. It was actually a much bigger promise we got. Ospreay came out, and he actually was really apologetic towards United Empire. He looked, genuinely a little broken up, and he said basically that he was sorry for leaving the way he did, and he had no idea that like he was the glue that held United Empire together like that. He didn't realize what a shit show the faction would become if he sort of decided to leave. Seriously. And he's telling this all to Callum, of course, who I guess still is kind of the leader, even with Jake back. Boo.
Yeah, that was.
But what he says to
weirdest shit to me. Like I was like, okay, well, I guess we, are still sticking with this kid. So
he's in the Carl Anderson spot of the AJ Styles era, where I guess he calls the shots, but he is not the real top guy.
Exactly.
Yeah, but Ospreay even goes so far as to say, once he's healed up from this injury, he's going to handle some business in AEW, but he is coming back to New Japan for the first time since, leaving in the Dog Pound cage match. And he's not coming back to take back the spotlight. He wants to come back, and he wants to sort of fight under Newman, and he wants to prop up his little brother, as he called him, and do what he can to make things right. And Newman goes in for the hug at first, and then looks basically right at the fucking camera with a devilish look. Very Bloodline style storytelling here in New Japan.
My God, that's the United Empire chair.
Oh my God, exactly. He picks up a chair, acts like he's going to hit Will with it once Will turns his back to him. And then Hanare and Okan, the Empire OGs who actually fought with Ospreay, take it from him and kind of berate him a little bit. And dumbass himbo Ospreay, like always, has no idea what's going on right behind him. And I'm sure he will not be checking the tape later either.
I know, this guy's going to walk right up to Newman whenever he comes back and be like, I just want to say again, I'm sorry, bro. No, I didn't mean that, right?
Oh my god. Go watch the product. And yeah, I thought this was very interesting and like I said, completely unexpected. It's another wrinkle in them doing all the storyline stuff with United Empire. I have to say, like Cooper was talking about before, the Smart Bastard is a very magnetic man because no matter what was happening in this fucking segment, all I was looking for was to see his reaction to everything, and it was always funny. He When they did the crowns up right after the hug with Newman, well, first off, he just looked like Jake, I assume, because of his complete like non-loyalty to any group he joins, just thinks that faction tensions are the funniest shit in the world. He's got this grin on his face the whole time, like I cannot believe y'all care about this much. And when they did the when they all threw up the crowns up, with Osprey together, he did this bit where he like looked confused for a second, like he didn't know what they were doing, and then he looks over his shoulder or looks over to the side to see what everyone else is doing, and like tries to form the damn thing with his hands, like he doesn't know exactly what he's doing. And then when he gets it, he's finally like, big smiles and looks at the crowd with everyone else.
It's like
It's so good, man.
It's like every day is his first day on Earth.
That's exactly. Oh, it's just too good. Oh my god, man.
Well,
Before Osprey came out and he was still doing stuff with Suji, he like took the belt from him and he did like Here Comes the Airplane with the belt taking it back to Suji's hands. It's crazy. He's crazy.
So dumb.
Next match we had the 4-way for the Junior Tag Team Championship. It was Ichiban Sweet Boys versus Robbie X and Ishimori versus Kukai and Desperado versus Sho and Doki. Fujita and Robbie Eagles won. So really, we accomplished nothing, and we are back to the exact same fucking spot we were last year with the junior division.
Hey, I'll tell you what though. I watched this match. I like this Kukai fella. I haven't really seen him before at all. And if they can, I know he's like Despy's little independent buddy, but if they can nail him down to a contract, maybe that's something.
He's done tours since Super Junior Tag League. I think he might, be sticking around, which I agree. And I almost shouted him out actually when we were talking about how there weren't any like rising stars in the junior division. Like, I mean, he is just starting out with New Japan, but he's at least a fresh face, and I like him too. I agree with you. And then in the main event, we had IWGP Tag Team Championship match. It was the Knockout Brothers versus TMDK, Zack Sabre Jr. and Oiwa, the World Tag League winners. I mean, this one was just as good as any of those top 3 matches at Wrestle Kingdom.
Should have been on the card.
Yeah, it probably should have been on the fucking card. It was really good. I do want to shout out the Knockout Brothers. I think they're pretty amazing with what they've been able to accomplish in such a short amount of time after coming back. And not for the reason I think a lot of people think. Because I know I was talking about Cooper with it before the show, and I think I said it before on the show, that, he thinks they're doing a little bit too much with the characters. And I don't hate it, but I can see that. But the real triumph for KOB so far since coming back is that somehow, some way, they have been able to light a fire under the asses of a lot of their peers who do not have that same, who do not feel that way about a lot of, their programs. He did it with Yuya earlier. He brought a fire out of him that or Ice brought a fire out of Yuya that he had never shown his entire career, and showed that he could take it to that second level. And he did that to an amazing extent with Oiwa during this match. It was another one that was like a big Oiwa showcase. And I mean, I saw it. I saw it with Roy in a way that I really haven't since his return from excursion.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it was just a great, hard-hitting affair, and I mean, I really bought on a lot of the near falls. The lariats were stiff. The fucking kicks were stiff. I mean, the intensity was dialed up to 11. It was just exactly, what I was kind of wanting out of this. And like I said, I love how Yuto is willing to make himself, you know, he's willing to let himself, get his ass beat and get his comeuppance for these things in the service of making his boys look good, because he knows that they need to all be taking it, taking that next step together. So I mean, shit, the KOB won this match um after about 30 minutes of just absolute fire. Logan, I don't want to move on to the post match too quickly.
Yeah,
did you watch this one or no?
I thought this was awesome. I'm so pissed. Hello? Can you hear me?
Hurston?
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Hello?
So
Sorry.
what did you think about it?
I love this match. I thought it was...
No, we can hear you.
He's
We
here.
can
Oh,
hear you.
there's a delay. But
Yeah.
I love this match. I thought it was awesome. I think the KOB kicks ass. I mean, I don't know what to say other than what we're expecting, other than it should have been on the main card. And Oiwa, I don't know if you guys all saw the shot after the match that was posted everywhere online, but Oiwa looked like an absolute demon. And I am still clamoring for New Japan to finally push him singles wide, but I don't think they'll do it. Singles side, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, it'll probably take a second, yeah. But I don't know. Who knows what could really like it feels like with Tsuji at the top. I think it will be a rising tide lifts all ships sort of thing. I think he will just based on the fact that these are the guys he has relationships with more than the older guys. I think they will get title shots, and it'll be sink or swim from there. In the post match, we had Shota and Yuya, and then also Black Saints. That's Taichi and Ishii coming out to challenge them together, and Ice basically said that they would fight for a number one contendership match to determine the challenger at New Beginning, and so that's coming up, I think, at this weekend's Corkins. And then Ice went on to give a very, very impassioned post-match speech, basically saying in a million different ways, "We are so back, and if you didn't know, now you know." And it was the most perfect way to end this New Japan weekend that I could have possibly asked for. And with that, fellas, we can move on ahead to the year-end awards. I mean, fuck, what else is there to say? It's the
time.
King of Sports.
It's time. 2025, a great year for some pro dang wrestling. Let me tell you, top to bottom, this has been, I think, since we started the podcast, the hardest I've ever had to make at least definitely on the male wrestler of the year side, and it also made it glaringly obvious that I need to watch Stardom, because this is a pathetic attempt at finding my top 5 female stars that aren't from AEW or DPW. So without further ado, I think we want to probably start with something very easy. Let's start with your top tag team of 2025. I will lead us off because I don't think this was the best year for tag team wrestling. I have FTR looking at this.
No, it's still a little bit in a fallow period.
Yeah, for sure. I have FTR with honorable mentions being the KOB. They would have been higher if they were there for a little while longer. VIF and Bro Dito. What about you guys?
Jack, you take it.
Yeah, sure. So I want to say first off, I mean, at this point in the show, we all know what I like and what I watch, and so I didn't even want to, pretend to add anything that wasn't from the two Bushiroad promotions. Not because, like, as much as I joke, it's not because I think that they're lesser or anything silly like that. It's just genuinely like I know what I watch, and so my think of mine as just a New Japan and Stardom best of list because that's really what it is at the end of the day. Top three, I put BMI 2000 at 3. That's Tora and Ruaka, even though I don't fuck with Ruaka that much like I talked about the other day. I don't think she's very good. But I think Tora is very, very good. She is one of my favorite wrestlers on the Stardom roster, and I've been really enjoying their sort of reign of terror. The second half of the year, main eventing all the Stardom Nighter and Korikens, and just generally being a great top heel for the tag division over there. In number 2, I had their sort of babyface counterparts in Wingori, that is Hanan and Saida. Hanan sadly was injured for the past couple of months, but that first half of the year they had 2 very great title defenses, or 3, including the one where they lost to BMI. They had a really great match against FWC to kick off the year, and then they had a really great match against Unimon and Saki. And they're really one of the better tag teams, I think, in the world for sure these days. The only reason they're not number 1 is because of, like I said, they really didn't have that many matches with Hanan's injury. And at number 1, I don't know if this is fair because they similarly did not have very many matches. But I fucked with the Taichi Ishii team so much, just pure vibes, that I had to put them at number 1 because those 2 title matches they had were great, and the storyline surrounding it was great. And like, it's funny how even though Ishii got hurt, so much of the second half of the year from the G1 to World Tag League for Taichi was like, oh man, where's Ishii, So I love those 2, and they are my number 1. I hope they stay together as a tag team in New Japan for much longer than I think they will.
Well, right on. Yeah, I get that 100%. So for my tag teams of the year, like I said, I was not particularly thrilled with the state of tag team wrestling this year. I don't believe any of us particularly were, but there's some diamonds in the rough here. I'm gonna run down my honorable mentions before getting to my number 1, which I think might shock some people. At number 5, I had the Knockout Brothers, our aforementioned Knockout Brothers. Yudo and Oscar, I think, are incredibly promising going into 2026, and I think there is such a raw kind of untapped mine of potential with them, and that'll just keep getting chiseled and worked away until there's something really sharp and really refined, and I can't wait to see that when it does happen. Number 4, the first of many DPW picks for my tag teams. I had Miracle Generation, the team of Dustin Waller and Kylon King, 2 incredibly young upstarts over in DPW, made a shock win of the tag titles. Incredible chemistry together as a team, have such a a great connection with the DPW crowd too. Their whole run this year, going up against the Grizzled Young Veterans for the tag belts, and interacting along the way with teams like Violence is Forever. I think it really gave them a big spotlight, and made them somebody who, in this post DPW period, I'm excited to see where both of those guys go. I would love to see them keep, teaming and being packaged together. But even as individual wrestlers, I think that both Dustin and Kylon have a lot of upside to them, and any company would be lucky to have them. Number 3, I have our super friends of the show, Violence is Forever. My best good friend, fellow Alabamian Kelvin Koo, and the Bone. Was it the Bone
Something
Master?
Like that. Bone
Collector. Yes, Dominic Guarini. The boys were, a tad more inconsistent with their DPW appearances this year due to some unfortunate, injury stuff, and just time off, which is needed, for them, obviously, and I'm glad they got to take that time. And whenever they did come back in, they hit it straight out the park, as they do every time. I also need to maybe go back and watch. I know they did a lot of stuff like in Germany with WXW this year. Kevin Koo, I saw recently, just posted their booking emails for their openings for the new year, and go and book Violence is Forever if you want to have a guaranteed fucking match of the night on your independent wrestling show or on your televised wrestling show. But that's neither here nor there. Number 2, I had Bro Dito. I fucking love Bro Dito so much. They're adorable. And I think that this little odd couple friendship that Brody and Bandito have together is just amazing. They work so well. A great base high flyer team, but kind of both of them are bases too. Also, Bandito, when he gets to show off his strength, compared with Brody, is really fun stuff. It's like good comfort food pro wrestling whenever they're on it. It's easy to watch for sure. And my number 1, soon to be recognized as Strongest Styles, Cooper Prater's number 1 tag team of 2025, Grizzled Young Veterans.
That's
Zach
good,
Gibson,
actually.
James Drake. I was surprised myself how much I fucking loved the GYV and DPW specifically this year. They are, I think, legit, maybe the most perfect heel tag team in the game right now. Fuck FTR. FTR, I love them, but GYV are so unironic about it. They don't give a fuck about these fans. They don't give a fuck about anything. They just want to be, back in Liverpool and all that sort of shit. And it helps that the wrestling is fucking great too. Their match in Vegas with VIF for the DPW tag belts, it was incredible. Just shy of my ultimate match of the year list, but two guys who I admittedly did not really give a single shit about at the beginning of the year, who I viewed very much as being kind of whatever ROH undercard tag guys. They didn't really get very over in their little AEW stint earlier. But man, oh man, the stuff that they were doing on the independent scene, particularly in DPW, I thought was just captivating. I looked forward to those tag matches on every single show. and eventually the program with Miracle Generation. What a great face heel team pairing. I feel like they really sharpened Miracle Generation by being in the ring with them. I am definitely back on board my Brit Rest shit for these two in particular. I love grit your teeth, all that.
Yeah.
So.
Let's go ahead. I'm going to jump around a little bit on this list so we can build up to, match of the year, wrestler of the year, women's wrestler of the year, the Hall of Fame. Let's go to moment of the year. This was hard for me. I have the one big moment and I have a bunch of honorable mentions. In wrestling, the best moments are when our heroes can win. So the honorable mentions are as follows. Of course, Hangman Adam Page beating that rat bastard Jon Moxley for the AEW World title. Chris Statlander finally winning the big one. Just a moment in general. Willow defeating that dastardly woman, Mercedes Moné, to end the year, to start 2026 out right. This might be shocking to you. LeBron Cozone is an honorable mention for finally capturing the DPW World's title.
That is shocking because I thought that would have
been. But my real number one, as much as I love Cozone, and it was such a catharsis moment for me, and being there in person, it was my favorite moment. But like when I look back in wrestling in the scope of the year and what started this year out right and started it well, has to be Hiroki Goto finally getting the big one. And winning the title over Zach. I mean, it started the year out right and started a snowball effect that I think has obviously done well with all these other baby faces. Big Goto being the big draw. I mean, look what he did. His title reign single-handedly got Shingo Takagi a wife. Like, how can you deny that? And that's my list as follows.
Yeah. I had really a lot of trouble picking moments of the year because in New Japan, every moment was awful except for that one. So I'm not even kidding, y'all. This was like the only one I didn't really have a clear idea for going into this episode, so I've been workshopping it this whole time, but I kind of gave up. And what I have right now, as it stands, is number one, the Goto Revolution starting, which is very true, Logan. You hit the nail on the head there. It couldn't have been any better. And then number two, I was brainstorming. I just wrote Don Fowler. That was the best. The best thing to come up for moments in New Japan.
Hey, I should have added that on my list, bro.
The Don Fowler debut into the Instagram reel the other day. It was about the only good. That was the only good moment I could think of besides that. So Cooper, you can go now.
Okay. Well, I only wrote down my ultimate top moment. I didn't really do honorable mentions for this one. Although I guess since we're here, LeBron Cozone finally winning the big one after that incredible national title reign. The hometown boy, the homegrown star of DPW finally taking it and ending off the year as double champ. That was incredible, and it was incredible to see live, and I'm so glad that I got to do that and see it with Logan. But ultimately, I could not really let myself choose anything other than at All In Texas, Jon Moxley's reign of terror ending at the hands of the Hangman. It was so just like, say what you will about that match itself, but man, like when he throws him over the ropes with the chain and Mox flailing around like a fish out of water, just searching for any possible way out, and the look on his face when it sinks in, oh fuck, I gotta tap. And he does it so frantically. Oh my god, it was the most cathartic. I I watched that match alone in my room, maybe like an hour after it happened. I was on a bit of a delay for it, but trying desperately to do everything I could to not look at my phone, and it gets into that moment, and I just jump up out of my bed, and I just let out a probably very embarrassing yell if I had it recorded, which thank God I didn't. But yeah, I mean, like that's the good shit. It helps that I also was not as down on even early 2025 Moxley as a lot of other people. So like I can kind of say like I saw the plan all along. But I do acknowledge that it was for a lot of people the end of a really bad time for AEW for them. And yeah, ushered in a hot streak of really good creative, really good matches that I think maybe ended a little too soon with the Hangman title reign. But that moment is hands down just lightning in a bottle.
For sure. We're then going to move on back to the top 5 women's wrestlers of the year. Again, I want to apologize to all women before I give this list. I have not done my due diligence, and I will be mooching off of Jack's Stardom subscription for the rest of the year. And this will become a Stardom podcast, just you wait. Number 5, Nicole Matthews. I think she is a stalwart of the indie women's wrestling scene, someone that has been very much overlooked. Her work in Shimmer over the years was phenomenal, and I was so happy to see her get a little title reign with the DPW Women's Championship. And I thought every match, especially not just in DPW, but going to like Defy and stuff like that, was very fun. She had a very well-tuned character, and even her Action Dean match versus Billy Starks was awesome. So she, for my love of her alone, she has to crack my top 5. Number 4, of the one Stardom wrestler I did watch, and I had made sure to watch, was Shuri. And she is my number 4 wrestler of the year. Finally beating Sari, which was literally just got bounced out by Nicole for number 6. Getting that title back, I think the whole build and her going to America too, I thought was really nice. And I enjoyed some of her stuff, a couple of appearances she made to Ring of Honor and stuff, the indies like that. But I think she built herself up really well this year, and obviously the cap off what we were talking about earlier, the start of 2026, we could see her as a possible women's wrestler of the year, just overall wrestler of the year. We'll have to see. I will say I didn't watch any Saya Kamatani matches until 2026, so I have to do my due diligence there. That is why she's not on my list for everybody else who's like, she's the MVP. Number 3, Big Danny Luna has to be. I don't even know how I got to explain this one. She made Joseph Monticello put a match of the year for TNA. That's how good she is. For TNA in 2025. She carried Indy Hartwell to a match of the year. Like, come on, guys. We don't have to say anything. Number 2, Mercedes Moné. Phenomenal year. Belt collector. Great run as ever. She's proving once and again why she is one of, if not the best of her generation, of her crop. And I think she's been very giving this year to a lot of wrestlers, and I've been very excited to see that. But it wouldn't be right in my heart to put her as number 1, because my number 1 is Timeless Toni Storm. And I know some people may disagree on this, say maybe she's got a little cold this year. But I think if you look at her year after dropping the title and that title reign, the stuff she did with Athena, with Mercedes, especially the stuff she did with Mariah May, Bane, all the matches she made them look great. I think everything she's done outside of the title has been great. I think she's like a character that is undeniable, that no matter where she's at on the card, you will be entertained. And she can wrestle pretty damn well on top of that. And I've even, I'm one of the few people that I am loving everything she's doing with Orange Cassidy right now. What can I say? I'm a little bit of a schmuck for that stuff. But, yeah, I would say Tony's my number 1. Jack, would you like to give us the stuff that I completely missed on my list?
Yeah, sure. So,
Really showing the utmost respect for women's wrestling here, Jack.
No, yeah, like I said, I got into Stardom this year. Jesus, I am so congested. God. No, I really got into Stardom this year, and it was a good year to get into it. I still feel like I could have paid better attention, but I tried to follow the major events and the major tournaments, and what I came out thinking was this. Number 5, I had Saya Iida, who I mentioned before, highlighted for Wingori. And what's interesting about Iida is, like I said, Hanan, she has already been earmarked as one of the top future women of Stardom. And she had this tag team going with Iida for this first half of the year, right? And I said their matches were incredible, and they were. But when Hanan got injured more recently, what I didn't expect to happen was for Iida to step up in such a tremendous way for the second half of the year. But she really did. She came into her own as a singles competitor and is the de facto leader of Stars for just a little bit. Really showed off and made a lot of new fans really quickly. She's kind of the resident Ishii-style hard-hitter powerhouse of Stardom. She's got the same thing going on where she's a little shorter than her peers, but, is sort of a brick shithouse type of gal. If you haven't ever seen her, she has one of the most insane physiques in women's wrestling nowadays. And yeah, she ended her year with an amazing, maybe not amazing, a very good Wonder of Stardom match against Konami. She came up short in at Dream Queendom, but it was I really like seeing her get that little push at the end of the year, and I'm a big fan. I think she's only got bigger and better things to come up to. Number 4, I had Starlight Kid, who is one of the sort of main event pillars of modern Stardom. She's the leader of Neo Genesis. Spent most of the year as Wonder of Stardom champion before dropping it to Konami at the November show. She didn't blow me away like crazy. This year, Starlight Kid is I think I've said before on the pod, she is very similar to Desperado, and they're very good friends. And she's not quite as good at it as he is, but not being quite as good as one of the better wrestlers in all of Japan is not too bad. And she had a lot of really memorable matches for that Wonder Stardom Championship. One against a woman who I'm going to highlight even further up on this list in just a second, but she really impressed me this year, and I hope this upcoming World of Stardom match against Kamitani is a really good one too. Number 3, I had Syuri, the veteran badass, who of course we were talking about earlier in the Wrestle Kingdom review. She is just absolutely spectacular. Everything Syuri does is good. She is this just very, very special sort of gatekeeper for the younger generation, and she's such a good coach too, for God's Eye, and I love how she's raising up women like Hina and Rani Yagami and all these other people that Logan's never heard of because he's
come on.
No, sorry. Yeah, but really, her whole year has been marked by this sort of feud that she's come into with Suri. What I'd argue is Suri's sort of definitive rivalry since starting this whole Sun God run that everyone adores, and that's just been amazing. Spoiler: I sadly didn't put Suri on my list this year, but it's more because I really am so impressed with the Stardom roster and don't go out of my way to watch her stuff outside of Stardom, and every once in a while I'll put Suriism on, but
you're not
I don't know,
tapping
she
the
just didn't
marigold
quite make it in this year. No, I am not stepped in a marigold at the minute. And I don't watch
maybe
as much
you can
Shinjo as I
watch
wish.
the next big show at the war crime shrine that they're doing.
What?
Yeah, did you not hear about that?
No!
They're running a fucking show at that shrine with all the war criminals.
Thanks for that aside. I don't know. I could continue now. No, but yes, Yuri's amazing. I'm so glad she's holding the. I'm so glad she's holding the IWGP Women's going into the next year. Number 2, I'd actually have, who I would say is far and away the breakout star of 2025, and it's not Saya. It's actually someone much younger, of a much younger generation. That would have to be the Pink Devil, Rena, one of my absolute favorite wrestlers in the world. She's just, honest to God, I like Saya a lot, actually. And I think she's a great ace for the company right now. But I like what Rena is doing in some ways a lot better. She's a lot more of a full heel than a lot of the women in Hate are. She's not exactly, got with the program of becoming more anti-heroes like the rest of them. And she's just got a sort of... First of all, Rena is only, I think, fucking 19. She's really one of the younger top women in Stardom, like, not counting the rookies. For those who don't know, she's part of a trio, actually, of sisters that are competing for Stardom right now. Like, these sisters who are all, they're kind of betting on to be big stars for the company. Hanan, who I mentioned before, is actually her sister, her older sister, and then she has a twin sister, Hina, who is held the Future of Stardom Championship for much of the year and is in God's side. But Rena is just, like I said, she's got a lot of the little mannerisms down that you just don't see out of a lot of wrestlers her age. She's got so much swagger, and she's got a really exciting moveset too. And she's the one I was talking about earlier when I said that she just had a really great match with Starlight Kid for the Wonder title. She's got another Wonder title shot coming up against Konami. And yeah, I mean, I just am so excited to see where she goes going into 2026 and beyond, because she's still so young but already so good. And number 1, I did put Saya. I just think that her work really does speak for itself this year. I mean, she's taken Stardom out of a very uncertain spot after, Rossi leaving, and has turned it around into their most successful period ever by far. It's been something really special to watch. And a lot of her, she's got big fight feel for all of her main event matches. She's just a really special talent, and I'm glad Stardom has her. And I think she is clearly the biggest and best women's wrestler of the year, for me at least.
Right on. Yeah, I get that. So my top 5 picks here for women's wrestlers of the year. I'm going at number 5. The current AEW Women's World Champion is Chris Statlander. This is entirely based on just in-ring performance. I am not super huge into whatever character stuff Chris is trying to do right now. I think it seems a little bit muddled and a little bit she maybe doesn't quite know what to do with it right now. But I will say the matches always deliver. Particularly her ongoing feud with Mercedes Moné, I thought was absolutely classic. Just like, real like bread and butter, big versus small wrestling kind of stuff. She has such great, control of her power. I would love to see. They have been kind of currently teasing, maybe a reuniting with Willow Nightingale, and I would love to see that so much. I think that if the character stuff gets worked out, then Chris Statlander is basically on an unstoppable roll into being, even perhaps higher on my list for 2026. But yeah, the in-ring stuff was just absolutely stellar this year from her. Number 4, it's a three-peat across the board for the Strongest Style guys. Everybody loves Shuri. Similar to you, Logan, kind of the only Stardom wrestler that I actively tried to keep tabs on. Her series with Sari, like Jack mentioned, was absolutely incredible. In particular, the match, I believe it was it King of Pro Wrestling?
Yes.
For the IWGP Women's. And I think that put a lot more eyes on Shuri from the New Japan fandom. And yeah, I mean, just a fucking badass. Like she's a kind of wrestler that I think Stardom really needs. The shift towards kind of like embracing a sort of like idol culture kind of presentation within Stardom has, I think, been something that like has kind of maybe on one hand brought in a bunch of fans, but on the other hand pushed some fans away. Particularly fans like me who thinks that a lot of that stuff is kind of silly and not very good. And I being a big classic All Japan women's mark, I just like badasses who will go out there and fucking drop people on their heads and get concussed and keep going and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's bad to say, but sorry, William Regal. Sometimes some people got to get dropped on their heads, I guess. But and in Shuri's case, she just will fucking kick it right off. So I'm super into what she's been doing. Number 3, Logan. I was a little disappointed in you for having her so low on the list. She's aged like fine wine. It's Nicole Matthews.
Hell yeah.
The former DPW Women's World Champion, former Shimmer Women's World Champion. Nicole is absolutely just killing it this year. I'm sure, Logan, you've probably seen the conversation that she's had with Joseph Monticello, where she goes over all the kind of details of this last DPW run. But if any of our listeners haven't, I would absolutely recommend you go out and listen to that interview. She's so funny. She's like one of the funniest wrestlers that I've maybe seen this year. And her heel persona in DPW is like a kind of very old school, like almost it's almost something you'd see out of like the Territories or something, this kind of aging star that will steal these wins and big ups themselves like they're the second coming, and then of course it all comes crumbling down quite quickly. That title run was exactly what it needed to be, just short and sweet. And Nicole it has been really at the top of her game for the better part of coming up on 2 decades now. But I'm just so excited. I'm just so excited and so glad that she gets to be appreciated by this kind of newer generation of independent wrestling fans. Number 2, bringing it back, over to AEW for a second, it is, of course, how could it be anybody else but timeless Toni Storm. I did keep her from the number one spot this year, in large part due to the back half of her year. The introduction of the AEW women's tag belts, while good for parity, I do think has made some of the bigger singles stars in the women's division feel a tad less vital, and I think Toni has maybe suffered from that more than most. But that first half of her year was so incredibly strong that I am more than willing to look over it, from obviously the incredible just hands down match of the year contender for anybody, the Hollywood ending match with Mariah May, to the stopgap title defenses with Megan Bayne, the All In match with Mercedes. I mean, Toni has far and away proved that she is more than just a gimmick. The gimmick works with her now instead of being just something to. Yeah, I think in those early days, in those early stages, it felt like she was still kind of figuring out, but now she really just understands it on a really deep level, and I'm hopeful that she could eventually get back to really ruling the roost over there, because her singles matches are just hands down some of my favorite stuff to watch. But when it comes to women's wrestling this year, there is one name that has been on everybody's lips, sometimes in positive ways, sometimes in negative ways. I think if you're one of the people who has been talking about it in a negative way, I think you're out of your fucking mind. It is the CEO, Mercedes Moné. When I think about just when I for both women's wrestler and men's wrestlers of the year, I was thinking about people who upon the announcement of their matches, whether it's on TV or on pay-per-view, wrestlers who I need to see the next match from. Mercedes this year has been that for me, hands down. The belt collector gimmick, the Ultima Moné gimmick, I think has served her very, very well. She's finally gotten a chance to really let loose and show off her heel tendencies that she works best at. And, after rightfully ditching some of the more extraneous parts of that presentation, she's really gotten down to the core as this, conniving, kind of like, she wrestles like a dagger, kind of, it's a sort of death by 1,000 cuts with her. And it's a style that I've always been really fascinated by, even, dating back to her days as Sasha Banks. But, I feel like she has fine-tuned it so much at this point that truly every title defense felt really must-see. And, now that we've gotten these, big losses for her finally, her character work is just as intriguing to me now. I'm really excited to see how this kind of dismantling goes for her. But yeah, Mercedes has just taken the ball, has taken 13, 14 balls, and ran with them incredibly well, I thought, this year.
For sure. Before we get on our list, I do have Pro Wrestling Illustrated's Women's 250 in front of me. I'm going to read off their top 5 to see how far we were off compared to the consensus. I want to state, first off, I'm very disrespected. Nicole Matthews was like ranked 204 or something like that. They had multiple NXT stars who did nothing all year ranked over her. You're telling me Izzy Dame is 100 spots better than Nicole Matthews? All right, get out of here. Anyway, top 5.
I'm sure she had like a 5-0 record on Evolve.
Yeah, like, come on, bro. Like, okay, I understand some of it because it's like kayfabe, but it's like she didn't even win a title this year. She's like a jobber.
Yeah, they are a kayfabe.
But she's like, she hasn't done anything. Except being the women, the female person for the Shawn Spears faction. That's who she is for you, Cooper. Anyway.
Gotcha.
Anyway.
Didn't know that.
Number 5, Stephanie Vauquer. Number 4 was Tiffany Stratton. Okay. Number 3 was Saya Kamatani. Number 2 was Toni Storm, and number 1 was Mercedes. So, those are your top 5. So we weren't too crazy off, other than the Fed people that we would never put in our list because we have what I don't know seen standards. That's true. I would say seen to light. Have whatever you want to say. Right. Disposed, cotton compromised. Anyway, matches of the year. I'm going to run off a laundry list of honorable mentions that I was just running through, and this is very hard to pick. This might be my hardest one. Hanger versus Mox, honorable mention. MJF Mystico, Hanger Ospreay, Darby Mox. Both of the Goto Zach matches, Priest versus something, all the Bandito Hechicero matches, Bandito versus Takeshita versus Zack Sabre, Mariah May versus Toni Storm, Sarii versus Shuri, multiple of those matches, Evil versus Tana, Ricochet versus Mark Briscoe at Dynasty, Speedball Okada, Mox versus Fletcher from World's End, Okada Omega, Okada Takeshita, Evil, the G1 final, Ueno versus Suzuki, DDT representation, nearly every LeBron Co-Zone title defense, Mad Dog versus Dominic Garrini, Mad Dog versus Eric Stevens, Roderick Strong versus Eric Stevens in the Tag Festival Finals. But my match of the year, like most years, comes in the first couple days. It was Kenny Omega versus Gabe Kidd, because there was never a funner moment for me all year than me and Jack yelling at each other at 5 a.m. in the morning and jumping up and down. And Omega once again getting the win, which we don't see a lot in these big matches these days. So it felt real good for my soul. Even though now that match looks very weirdly with Kidd immediately leaving the promotion and dumping everything and not being what he has said in that match, it's still like in a vacuum. That was the most sucked in I've been in a long time.
Yeah, that's very fair, and I love that match too. But it didn't quite make my top 3 this year. But it was a hard top 3 to get into. Number 3, I had that match that kick-started the Goto Revolution, that Hiroki Goto versus Zack Sabre Jr. match at the New Beginning. What an amazing moment for that man, and yeah, it felt for a second there at the New Beginning that was just a good start to the year, even if the rest fell short. And I really love that whole storyline, but it peaked with that moment. I mean, the crowd was so behind it. It was just amazing to see. And then for my second, I picked Syuri versus Suri at the Conversion, the show right before the 5-star for Stardom. There were, of course, like we said, there were 2 other great matches these 2 women had throughout the year, the King of Pro Wrestling match and the one at Surrey-ism that started the feud. But this one was my favorite. It was a long, just hard-hitting epic that these 2 are so great at. And they did it in front of the bright lights and of Stardom, with the big production and everything that I always appreciate. And I fell in love with this feud, and I think that these women should be killing each other for the next 2 or 3 years at least. I don't ever want to see it end. Number 1, I actually did pick, Logan gave it a shout out, I picked Takeshita versus Evil in the G1 final.
Ooh.
Now, I recognize that, work rate is its own beast, but like I mentioned in the Wrestle Kingdom review, what I'm really looking for these days, what makes me the most excited in wrestling is when I see something kind of different, something that I'm not seeing all the time. And I got that with just the absolutely insane, weird crowd reaction that this match garnered. It was just really exciting and made the whole match. It was very memorable, and I think I said it when it happened. And hopefully, we're coming out of this era now. But I said that match was really such a great encapsulation of this weird limbo era that New Japan has been in, where you've got Evil doing House of Torture schlock, and you've got an outsider from AEW in the G1 final, one of the more important matches of the year. But somehow they clicked, and the crowd was in for it, and that match really, really worked. I was a huge fan of it. That has got to be my number one most memorable match and best match of 2025.
You're gonna get all the sheets mad at you, Jack.
I guess so, man. I guess so. But I've got weird tastes these days.
Yeah, no,
Hey, I
don't
respect
don't let them rob
I
your
respect
joy
it.
from you. Yeah. I'm not gonna get into like a whole thing about all my honorable mentions, but I am gonna get into a thing about my number one for it. So I'll just rattle these off from 5 to 1. At number 5, Mystico versus MJF from CMLL's 92nd Anniversario. Number 4, Kenny Omega versus Gabe Kidd from Wrestle Dynasty. Number 3, Adam Page versus John Moxley from All In. And number 2, Tony Storm versus Mariah May, the Hollywood ending from AEW Revolution. I don't know why I wanted to say Final Revolution there. I don't know. It sounds like a TNA pay-per-view or something. But my number one match of the year, which came to me like a bolt of lightning. It's like it, like I went into this show not expecting anything really to come from it, and instead I came out almost kind of like changed in a way. It was very a revelatory kind of match for me. From DPW 4th Anniversary, Eric Stevens versus Mad Dog Connolly. Wrestling to me is at its best when it fucking scares the shit out of me. And maybe it was just being there in the room, finally getting to experience the fervor and the kind of like, I don't know how else to describe it, but like it's like a cultish sort of like exhalation that Mad Dog Connolly just brings out in people. The electricity in the air changes when he comes out, and I sent you guys a link when the show finally became available to a great piece written by Matt D from the Segunda Caída website, which, by the way, anybody who's listening, go and check out Segunda Caída if you want to read some of the best wrestling criticism that you'll ever read in your life. And Matt D, I think, is one of the best in the world at it. But he did a whole piece about this match after it became available. And there's a section from it that I adored, where he said, "Sometimes you can't just live your truth. Sometimes you have to seize it. He stole the chain. He stormed the ring. He disrupted the show before the main event. He laid this unholy, profane instrument of leather and steel on the mat before him. He made an offering, and the gods heard it." Like, that's... I mean, I'm not bullshitting. That's the vibe of this whole match. And it's like, it's a horror story, but it's also a redemption story. And it made me fucking feel alive for like it's not long. It's like maybe, I don't know, like maybe 15 minutes. But I was living and dying by every second of it, and I haven't gone back and watched the tape version of it, and I'm kind of scared to, because I'm kind of scared that I'll lose that feeling, and I really don't want to. But man, it was like, wrestling as a whole this year has been so weird, and on one hand, like the technicality of it and the athleticism of it is at a level where it's never been before, but on the other hand, there's so much of it that just feels so like sandblasted and corporatized and smoothed out, and to see something this rough and raw and fucking just it's like a still fresh bleeding wound, like it really did feel like I don't know, like I had just been like injected with adrenaline and awakened from death. But sorry to make it all flowery and poetic about a fucking professional wrestling match, but I mean,
I thought it
I fucking loved it. That's hands down my pick.
All right, I agree, and that's why I had that and the Guarini match from, I forget, was that Shutdown Carry Not, but that,
yeah.
Oh my god, man. Mad Dog, what can we say? Hey,
I know. I want to see somebody else.
And he was just a calm little guy at the end with that fit. Right after that, he was chilling.
No, he was fucking chilling. He was comfy as shit.
All right, let's finish this out before we get to the Hall of Fame with our last little list. Top 5 male wrestlers of the year. Got some honorable mentions for you. Mystico, Hanger, Zack Sabre Jr., Godo, Fletcher, and that rat bastard Adam Priest. But if I had to be remiss to give my top 5, the frickin' ace is number 5. Maybe the greatest retirement tour in all of wrestling. The fact that this man wrestled almost as much as he's ever wrestled in his final year of his career and put out bangers with almost everyone on the roster, it's got to be in the top 5. Number 4, and I've been debating this list and talking to Cooper, so he might be surprised. Konosuke Takeshita, the big baby, is going to be at number 4.
Big baby.
I think Takeshita, when you look at the scope of his year and what he's done in all the companies, is arguably Wrestler of the Year. But, there were some people that might have tugged on my heartstrings a little bit better. Number 3 is John the Terrorist Moxley. The fact that this man had me rooting for him after I literally almost stopped watching AEW at the start of the year because I was so mad at the end of Dynasty is insane. But, it really takes the ace of the world to be able to do that. Number 2, the man that made me feel more alive than ever, Mr. Bandito, the Ring of Honor World Championship. No stinky survival of the fittest defense is going to knock him down from the great year he's had. No Jericho plunder stuff. I mean, if just go and watch his Takeshita match, go watch the Bernita tags, go watch everything he's done in CMLL, and with Hechicero specifically, this man is one of the best baby faces in the world. Now, I would argue possibly the best. And number 1, shouldn't be a surprise to a single listener or either of you, Ball Game, baby. LeBron Cozone will go down in my memory. He is not just my Wrestler of the Year. He's up there for my Wrestler of all time after this year. And if he goes to WWE, I will cry on air on this first edited podcast. Don't worry. But seeing him win the big one live was a feeling that I don't think I'll ever have back. I was lightheaded. I was like beaming from head to toe for the rest of the night. Cooper can attest to this. But, yeah, LeBron Cozone, got to be number 1. Just got to be. Jack?
All right. Number 5, I ended up going with the King of Darkness, who we were talking about earlier. I think Evil, like I said, is really coming to his own this year like he hasn't any year before. I think he's really found his groove. in these main event matches. I think he knows just how to push your buttons without becoming overbearing these days. And like he's just become the prime version of himself. And he's had so many great matches, so many memorable matches like that one against Takeshita I just talked about. I mean, shit, the opener. We can still talk about last year's Wrestle Kingdom. That was 2025. That match against Tanahashi was amazing too. And Purge Night was hilarious. The whole bit he ran with Yujiro was great. He's just had a lot of very memorable, exciting moments for me this year, and a few matches that were way better than they had any right to be. Number 4, I also went Tanahashi. I mean, this retirement tour is the stuff of legend, and it was so nice having him as the real fixture of the promotion for one last year. And he, like you said, Logan, he really put his working boots on for a lot of those big matches and did better than he had, any right to be. Number 3, I put Tsuji, who, like I said, I think raised his game tremendously this year. I think he really found himself, found his moveset, found his style to go along with that swagger that he's always had. And that series against Gabe, even if it's kind of mired in controversy, knowing what Gabe ended up doing, it was great. The matches were great. I loved his G1 run. I became an even bigger Tsuji fan than I already was this year. Number 2, I put Taichi, actually, which I know is a little strange, but I think Taichi this year was a standout for me, because you could tell in 2024, he was frustrated with being kind of lower on the card than he'd like to be. And in 2025, he decided, fuck it, I'm going to work my ass off no matter what. And he had that, these amazing few tag matches with Ishii, and he had the most memorable G1 run for me out of everyone in the G1 this year. I'm a big fan of what he's been able to accomplish. I've loved all the storylines he's had, really, from the Ishii thing to the G1 Redemption, to the Kojima mending his relationship with him. I've loved everything Taichi's done this year. I hope he has another big 2026 ahead of him. He's not so old that he cannot be used, And number 1, I put Zach. I just think, fucking Zach. For as much as I haven't loved as much the character stuff as much this year, Zach is just the most consistently amazing, wrestler in big spots that you could ever ask for, and he always gives it his all in just everything. The 2 matches in Japan he had with Goto were 2 just absolute match of the year candidates, even though I didn't highlight that one at Tanahashi Gym. It was just as amazing. All his tournament runs were special this year. His New Japan Cup run was great. His G1 run was great, and his Tag League run with Oiwa was great. He's a real and he's doing all this work to prop up Oiwa and Fuchita. And make sure that this next gen gets their due. He's just so good to have around. He's so good that you forget how good he is if you're not paying attention, because you just expect greatness out of Zach all the time, and he always delivers. I think I've said on the show before that his title reigns were not exactly, all they could have been. That was true. But I think it's just because of the time we're in, and wanting a more face of the company type to finally take the reins. But Zach has been such a treasure in this, like I said, before with the term I just used, that this sort of limbo era that we're in. He has been that consistent force for just great wrestling in New Japan. Happy to have him around, hopefully forever. Hopefully he's not a guy who ever seems to want to make his money outside of Japan. We want to have him for as long as we can.
I'll let you hold on to that, and we'll come back to it in, I don't know, 2027 or whatever.
Oh. You're probably right.
Hey man, the yen. It's it's
down.
right. But okay, so getting into my top men's wrestlers of the year, I've got at number 5, the one, the only, the alpha, the big baby, Konosuke Takeshita. His stuff. This is pretty much entirely for his New Japan work, though. By the way, so don't you worry, Jack.
Really? How about that?
Yeah, I have not. AEW has not really given him much of the opportunities to really showcase his strengths in much the same way that New Japan has this year, or even really like the handful of DDT spots that I've seen. I mean, he's had, obviously this ongoing feud with Okada. But then that was clearly they took their focus off of it when maybe they shouldn't have. But his New Japan stuff, from the G1 run to his IWGP run, I thought he just exhibited such incredible poise and like just a sense of determination that you didn't see in his American work, and that really felt like a truer version of himself being unlocked. And part of that too also comes down to presentation and all that, but the matches themselves just felt angrier and sharper, and like he had a point to prove. That obviously went hand in hand with the eventual Tsuji match at the Dome. But yeah, so from that, I that would on its own is enough for me to nominate him for number 5. And that's not even getting into the Takeshita match, or not the Takeshita match, the Bandito match from Ring of Honor, which anybody who hasn't seen it, go absolutely out of your way to, if you just want to be knocked off your fucking feet for like, I don't know, 25-30 minutes. Yeah, so definitely a big fan of the big baby. And then my number 4, Jack, Logan.
Yeah.
Do you guys know that dudes rock?
Yes. Yes.
Because
I've heard about it before, yeah.
If you don't, watch some fucking Jake something matches and you'll learn that dudes fucking rock. Jake something is the coolest motherfucker in maybe the whole world. I think I yelled that at him at 4th anniversary during his entrance. And I think he looked perplexed when I said it. But yeah, the current Jake Doyle, who I am hoping and praying to any god that is out there that Tony Khan does not fumble this absolute golden goose that he's been handed. Jake something is a kind of wrestler that fucking just truly, I said this before about him when I introduced the whole dudes rock thing. It's like the ghost of Mike Awesome is possessing his body, like for every match that he wrestles, and that is the highest compliment that I can maybe give to a professional wrestler. He hits big moves. Sometimes there's a story that goes along with it, but who fucking cares? I want to see the power bomb. I want to see the black hole slam. I want to see it all. And Jake something's the kind of wrestler that puts hair on your chest when you watch his matches. Just like that's just a thing that your body does. But yeah, number 3, the other part of that incredible Ring of Honor title match that I had mentioned earlier with Konosuke Takeshita, a man who is more of a folk hero than he is a wrestler at this point. I'm talking about Bandito. just generational babyface work this year from Bandito. And, a guy who I had, been very well aware of for a number of years, even dating back to, 2018, and he main evented the first All-In pay-per-view. But at that time, I maybe didn't really see what a lot of other people saw in Bandito. And maybe that's just fully down to me, but I do think that he just has grown so much since then, and has really now found this connection with the crowd that is tough to get earnestly these days. There's no part of him really that is nudging and winking towards the camera. I feel like he wrestles these, particularly the ROH title matches that he's in. I feel like he wrestles them, with the sense that he's fighting for something greater, and that's a kind of spirit that really you only find in it's with superheroes and stuff like. I mean, he it's a very to use a phrase from Jack earlier this episode, it's a very hope core kind of thing to watch a Bandito match. But in terms of his in-ring game, I think he's never been sharper. He's bulked up, but he doesn't feel like he's lost any kind of speed or momentum from his early days, but he's just gained power that is really impressive to watch, when he gets these big guys up over his head. I think in a post-Brodito world, which I hope does not come as a result of a big breakup or anything, but when they are both back to being established as singles guys, I hope that Bandito really gets an earnest shot at the top, even if he doesn't win it. But I want them to put him in a program where it feels like maybe, just maybe, the hero will come out in the end. Speaking of that same kind of heroic feeling, I'm just on a big baby face kick right now. Number 2, the main character of AEW for 2025, and some would argue for its entire run, the Hangman himself, Adam Page. The All-In match really encapsulates it, but his year leading up to it, from the Owen Cup finals with Ospreay, where it was really decided, like, oh shit, now things are about to get real. Even to his first couple of post Moxley defenses, against guys like Kyle Fletcher, and even when he lost the title to Samoa Joe, Hangman Page, in the aftermath of his defining rivalry with Swerve Strickland, really feels like a man who has come out on the other side of hell and has become all the better for it. He's a more confident version of himself. He has this sort of sense of righteous anger to him, that he's really not afraid to just fucking lay into somebody if he really thinks they deserve it. But there's never the sense that his heart is ever in the wrong place. I think that reintroducing Swerve to him so late in the year was an interesting little wrinkle into his story. I hope they end up doing something maybe a little more interesting than just a regular old, we were enemies and now we're friends kind of thing. But Adam Page is somebody that meshes the character and the wrestling so well together that it just feels like one total package with him. and made for a time there every match feel like such a big deal to me. And I know that so many other AEW fans were really just hanging on every single second of a Hangman Adam Page match. So kudos to him for that. And my number one, the wrestler who throughout the year, without a doubt, every match I had to see, just regardless of outcome. Even though to some people that seemed like kind of a crazy thing at a time, he's the ace of the world. He's Jon fucking Moxley. I'm sorry, Noah. I really am, but I gotta be real with you. Moxley is so unspeakably good right now. And not only that, I'm gonna have the hottest take here. And I'm gonna say he's been fucking this good all year. Logan, the period in early 2025 that you referred to, where you mentioned your desire to turn away from AEW as a whole. You're not gonna like it when I tell you this, but that was the plan. It's all one ride, it's all one story, it's all one Jon Moxley that has been with you this whole time. The same exact man that had everybody on their feet cheering for him to Death Rider the shit out of Kazuchika Okada was the exact same man that hid away that beautiful AEW world title for nearly a year, is what it felt like. And I'm just saying, like, that kind of range in and of itself is a skill that very, very few in this industry possesses. A skill that I believe that really only one person in this industry possesses, and that is the man himself, Jon Moxley. I absolutely just was on the edge of my seat for every single match, and to see this latest face turn is kind of miraculous, and I'm so glad that he has proven all the haters and doubters wrong, and that I was right the entire time, and that he was good, actually.
All right. Well, I would argue the Big Baby has that skill, and he's wrestling in New Japan Pro Wrestling, because the amount of hate Jack and all the other New Japan fans gives him makes it even. Unbelievable. Anyway, PWI, thank God, did not commit terrorism. They do have Jey Uso's number 6, but they have Hiroki Goto as number 5, so we're safe in that. Adam Page number 4. Gunther number 3, Jon Moxley number 2, and Cody Rhodes number 1. They don't even have John Cena didn't even make the list because of their evaluation thing, which he had over 10 matches on the year, but their evaluation period ended earlier than that. They did have Mystico in the top 10, which is pretty cool. So I'd say so. I don't think they had Takeshita in the top 10 though. But all right.
All right.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I don't even know if they had Takeshita. No, they had him at 17. They had Joe Hendry above him.
What?
Oh my God!
Yeah, they had Joe. They had Hendry above him. They had Zack. They had Okada, Obafemi, CM Punk, and Bandito above him.
I am not going to let myself.
Jey Uso is 11 spots higher than your IWGP champion, Jack. How does that make you feel?
Well, not anymore. He's not.
I don't even want to see how many spots he's above Suji. You want to find out? Anyway, let's move on to our final moment of the night, which will be our first ever Strongest Style Super Friends, honorary Super Friends, our Hall of Fame class. We are doing a female wrestler, a male wrestler, and a tag team. To qualify for the honorary Super Friendship, you have to either be retired or sadly passed away. I'm going to go ahead and lead us off. My tag team is going to be the team of Hanson and Brody, Stan Hansen and Bruiser Brody. You know me.
Ooh,
I love big
interesting
meaty men
pick.
smacking meat. And them boys ran AJPW back in the day. And I had to get Hanson in some way, but I didn't want to give him my singles thing, so I wanted to save that for somebody else. And the problem is I could have picked Hanson and Brody is like the legendary one. I almost went Hanson and Gordy as the messed up brainchild, but I was like, I'll save Miracle Violence Connection for later. There'll be more years. My female wrestler that's going to go in is, I think, a pioneer that is often overlooked, especially for what she did for women's wrestling as a whole in those early 2000s. I'm going to go with Jazz. I think
Ooh,
she was completely, like, there should be parades for what she did in her time in WWF. And then even coming back later on and having that retirement run where she went to the NWA. And I'm pretty sure she wrestled in Shimmer. I know she wrestled in, like, Eve.
Yeah,
I know she wrestled in Eve for a little bit. I think she's someone who's never, like, she's gotten her flowers online by some outlets, but, like, the amount of people who don't know how good she is absurd. So that's who I picked for my women's. And for my men, I am going to go with someone who has passed away. I was thinking back, there's a lot of wrestlers, this is our first wing. You can put anybody in. But when I was thinking of wrestlers recently and, like, people who would actually possibly come on this podcast, we're touched by the internet, which we kind of are in this internet wrestling age. We talk a lot of crap on Brit Rest, but I think the Mad Kurt is somebody that was a very, very good wrestler. I think he was very funny. I followed his antics for a long time, and so seeing his passing really did bum me out. And you can kind of see in the scene, I mean, the amount of people who were touched by him. And I think he's someone that I was thinking, I'm like, who would actually be a super friend of the show? Who would someone who would actually interact with us in wrestling?
The odds are high.
That he would be the one. So that will be my male wrestler for the first strongest style super friend wing. Jack, you want to take it away?
Well, that's very sweet, Logan.
Yes. Now this is off the dome, honestly, because I forgot
off the Tokyo Dome
about this one. But that's all right. I think I have great answers for them all. For the tag team, I'm going to start actually. I think my women's inductee would actually have to be a women's wrestler who I've really enjoyed learning a lot more about over the last few years. Kind of an interesting journey, seeing her as an older woman in NXT UK, learning about her status in the in All Japan leading into the dark ages of 2000s Japanese wrestling, into what she's been doing, for the last half of her career. And she just ended that career earlier on this year. I'd love to induct Maiko Satomura, one of my all-time favorite women's wrestlers.
Oh, yeah.
For the tag team, I am struggling. Because
Take your time.
I mean, no, you're fine. I mean, shit. I really do love. You know what? You know who I'm gonna do. I've been loving a lot of the old 80s WWF. Is kind of a thing I've always been a fan of. It's something I grew up with. Is awful, god awful as the Fed is nowadays. I have a lot of fondness remembering watching old DVDs that my dad put on for me of the 80s WWF that he loved so dearly. And I was always a huge fan of OG Hart Foundation during that time, pre-Hitman Bret Hart, pre-main event run Bret Hart, and I'd love to induct Hart and Neidhart back in the day. I've actually been watching some of that old stuff lately, so it's been fresh in my mind. If you haven't watched Hart's old tag team work, go back and watch it. It's exciting to see him before really becoming his own. And for Number one, I can't think, or not number one, for the the my biggest and best super friend I have to offer is none other than my idol in life, my greatest role model, one of the most insane and amazing and hypnotic and just utterly just fucking captivating wrestlers in pro wrestling history. It is the ultimate patriarch of the best wrestling promotion in the world, Antonio Inoki, who I've also been watching a ton of this past year, and I mean, he's about as good as it fucking gets, y'all.
Well, Jack, you absolute bastard. Because you stole my
Yeah. Oh wow.
So it is 100% certified. Antonio Inoki is an honorary super friend of the show. Yeah, that's an instant win for sure. So I guess I just got two others to go through now. So for my tag team pick, I'm gonna go with really one of the definitive teams of the late 80s and early 90s, territory scene and the southern territories in particular. Later making a great career for themselves at WCW. In particular, I'm going with the what many people consider to be the classic lineup of this team. The Midnight Express, beautiful Bobby Eaton and sweet Stan Lane. Bobby, of course, one of, if not the greatest wrestlers from the great state of Alabama. I absolutely had to get some, capital RASSLIN wrestling representation in this list. So, there you go, Midnight Express. Without Jim Cornette, I will say Jim Cornette is not a super friend. So, but his boys are. And for my pick for women's wrestler, in a similar pattern that we've had of talking about people who kind of uplifted women's wrestling in what were fairly dark times for women's wrestling. Logan, you had mentioned Jazz from the American scene in the 90s and 2000s. Jack with Meiko Satomura, with Joshi in the dissolution of All Japan Women's. Well, I would like to nominate somebody who also helped hold up the American scene during the 2000s in a time that was particularly dark, post WCW, post All Japan Women's as well. In one of the few good things that TNA ever did was putting Awesome Kong on their TV show in a big main featured spotlight. The woman who would become Karma at some point in the WWE for a very short tenure, and who would make on and off again returns to TNA, had run in AEW. She is really a I think still undersung legend of the business, and somebody who I cannot say enough good things about her work. The series with Gail Kim obviously is classic for a reason. And even aside from that, the other rivalries that she had in TNA, people like Taylor Wilde, people like Angelina Love, she really did elevate these women, some of whom were also at a very legitimate level, some of whom were entering wrestling for the first time. But Awesome Kong, made sure to give them their most memorable moments with her. Just absolutely could not think of a better choice for the inaugural honorary Super Friends class.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I do want to state part of my problems with picking some of the Super Friends. I'm like, I got to pick stuff that Jack and Cooper probably won't pick, so I don't get some yanked from me. But yeah.
Right. That's my bad. But I mean, if anyone deserves it more than Inoki.
Okay. With that being said, let's hit that outro. Thank you for listening to Strongest Style, a pro wrestling podcast. That has been it for us, but you can find us on all your podcast players of choice. Just search up Strongest Style Pod on YouTube or Strongest Style on Spotify, Apple, Deezer, whatever you prefer. If you want to follow us on social media, you can follow me at Logan Hurston. You can follow Jack at Average Darth. Cooper doesn't have a social media, but Cooper, would you like to say any last words?
Keep that belt nice and warm.
We will see you guys later. Goodbye. Mwah, and good night. Bang!